this is how you end, Tony.
You're saying there's a multiverse?
No! Open your eyes!
Tony, I'm sorry.
Oh, God.
They're beginning to touch.
Multiverse.
So let's stop wasting time. You need to let go. Trust your power.
Come on!
Yeah. I'm done running. That's a talking raccoon. I'll kill you!
And I will burn them out of time.
Let's fix that.
How big or bigger?
I'm always angry.
Time is killing me, Azar.
Round one, fight!
Hey, welcome to Tournament Fights, episode 175. This is the continuation of our Best Geek Characters of All Time series, our quest to determine the best geek characters of all time. And obviously, you can see from the intro, this is Best Marvel Characters. And shout out to YouTube channel Guga Luinum. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Lunum. I think it's Lunum. But he was kind enough to allow us to use that. There's a link in the description. So if you get a chance, go into the description, click the link, give his channel a subscribe, because he does all different volumes from like all throughout the MCU, and they're really, really cool stuff. So yeah. I'm your host, your friendly neighborhood movie hero tonight, because I got my one of my favorite characters right here. I got my Spider-Man. I got my Deadpool. These are essentially two of my favorite. I got the one with the rubber chicken. If you look closely there it is right there. So, but this is gonna be awesome. I'm excited for this, to see what the panel comes up with. Excited to see what our friend Malcolm Lay came up with the brackets, and what the randomizer came up with. So we'll go ahead and we'll bring in our panel for tonight. So. He was kind enough to come and help me co-host and to run the bracket for us tonight. We have Jacob Barber. What's up, Jacob?
Yeah, happy to be here. I'm only here to run the bracket. Let's be honest. I mean, I'm sure everybody else on this panel is gonna be like, in the comics, and I'm gonna be like, well, in the movies,
right?
So, but it's gonna be a fun time regardless. So I'm happy to be here.
Nice. Well, at least you've probably seen most of them, so that's good. Most of the movies on the list. So yeah, but we also have the one that's kind enough to make the bracket. We have Malcolm Lay. What's up, Malcolm?
Oh yeah, no, I mean Jacob's going to know everyone here because we didn't really have any room for the obscure ones just because how vast the Marvel characters is, and it's just one of those ones like if we were doing a 128, there'll be a lot more room to wriggle. But I managed to talk Jordan around from having multiple versions of Spider-Man in different slots. So
Yeah.
yeah.
That was a smart way to go. Yeah, so we could have more spots for more characters. But just an FYI, Malcolm, your mic's sounding underwater. You might want to see if you switch the
Of
other
course.
one off. But while he does that, we'll bring in our next guest. We have Mr. Matt Mageau, Soda in the house.
Hey, going pretty good. Looking forward to talking some Marvel, especially some old school Marvel.
Oh yeah, it'd be fun. So yeah, and then we also have joining us Madeeh Ur Rehman. What's up?
How you doing, guys? Good to be here.
Yeah. Looking forward to it. So
Only bringing
and then last. Oh yeah, right. And then last but certainly not least, he's the one that whoops all our asses in the Marvel free for alls and all the trivia and stuff. He knows his stuff. We got Mr. Ryan Payne. How's it going?
I don't think I whipped anyone's asses. It was just I was last. That's how it was.
True. You got the good luck of the draw, so that's good. We're lucky for you. so yeah, but welcome. So and yeah, we'll just jump into this thing. So I'll let everyone know how it's going to work. If there's anyone that's tuning in for the first time that's not familiar with it, basically it's just a March Madness style tournament of 64. We just simply vote round by round, and we just vote for our favorite character. And they're all characters from Marvel movies. They're not exclusive to the MCU. There's some X-Men. There's some Fantastic Four. There's some other properties in here. And even if you haven't seen both movies, which I'm sure most of us have seen almost all of them, but if you haven't, you do still have to vote. And and everything's randomized. There's no seeds. There's none of that stuff. The Sweet 16 will advance to our Grand Championship to face off against characters from other fandoms. We did Best Star Wars, Best Star Trek, and we've also done we did the Wizarding World versus the Middle Earth characters. So those will be there. And yeah, so I'll go ahead and I'll bring up the bracket here, and we'll get started. So. And we already had a pretty lengthy intro, so we'll just dispense with that with all that, and we'll just go right in. So, Jacob, if you want to reveal what the first matchup is, and
our first matchup, we got Wolverine going up against the Human Torch.
Ooh, all right. So
Interesting.
We always start at the bottom of the bracket, or I mean the bottom of the ladder, as how everyone's displayed there. So. Ryan, you'll have the first vote here. So who are you going to go for?
I mean, I won't spend too much time on this. It's most likely going to be landslide, but my vote's going to Wolverine, not only because of just the constant portrayal and great job that Hugh Jackman's done, but he's honestly become more iconic over the years, while Johnny Storm, still a great character, despite how he's portrayed on screen, is becoming less and less like... His appearance have gone down if you ever go with comic sales. Like there's constantly more and more with Wolverine being featured and less of Johnny Storm. So that's all I'm going to add in there. Vote's going to Wolverine.
Yeah, sounds good. Madeeh, who you got?
I'm in the same boat. I thought Hugh Jackman could have won, or at least been nominated for Logan.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and Johnny Storm is fine, but he's always felt to me like more like a fun side character than having main character energy. And yeah, Wolverine is Wolverine. Like you go with Wolverine.
Yeah, right. Well, Soto, who you got?
I'm going to go with Wolverine because, in my opinion, Human Torch cannot carry a film on his own. Wolverine can.
Yeah.
As we've seen multiple times.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, hell, I have one of the movie posters on the wall.
Oh, nice. That's awesome. There you go. Right on. Well, Malcolm, who you got here?
I mean, I don't think anyone's rushing to do a Human Torch solo standalone movie anyway.
Yeah,
because
right.
I mean, as well as each of the Fantastic Four, like they're good as their group. But on its own, like, well, I Human Torch is my favorite character out of the four. Wolverine is one of my favorite Marvel characters. Full stop. So I'm going to go Wolverine.
Yeah. Sounds good. Jacob, who you got?
The disrespect to Human Torch. Oh my, Wolverine.
Yeah. Right.
Listen, I love Michael B. Jordan and Chris Evans both, but come on.
No, it's
Come on.
it's Wolverine.
Yeah.
Hugh Jackman's my favorite actor, and his portrayal in Logan is like one of my favorite performances ever.
I will say on the graphic, I was trying to find a picture of the Roger Corman Human Torch. I couldn't find a good one that would down.
Oh, that one.
Okay.
It's better that you did it.
Yeah, right.
It's better that you did
You're
it.
safe, but yeah, I mean, if y'all know me, Logan is my favorite movie of all time, featuring Wolverine, Hugh Jackman as Wolverine, and yeah, it's pretty tough for me to vote against him. I think that out of any Marvel movie that we've had so far, I think that's the most perfect casting we've ever gotten. I think it's just like he wasn't supposed to be the original one originally, but he came in to step and I always forget the other actor's name they were gonna have.
Shit. I know who he is.
Dougray Scott.
Yeah.
Dougray Scott.
Dougray Scott
Dougray
left
Scott.
X-Men to go do Mission Impossible 2, I believe.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
What a choice.
But so it'll be Wolverine. Easy.
All right, Wolverine. Moving on. Up next, we've got Jean Grey going up against Iceman.
Ooh, okay. We got an X-Men battle here, so it'll be Madeeh first. So who you got?
It's Gene. Like, I like Bobby, but he's like probably on the lower tier of like cool X-Men characters for me. Like, of the ones who were on this whole tournament. Like, he was one of the ones I was like, do we really need him in there? But no, I think Jean Grey is the one for sure. And Famke Janssen was great as Jean, especially in X-Men 2, where she really came into it. But yeah. It's Jean Grey.
And I dig the Iceman graphic because it's got one from the movie, one from the animated series, all that. So yeah, that's cool. But Soda, who you got?
This is another no-brainer. I mean, it's Jean Grey. Like, she's easily one of the most powerful characters, period. And I mean, nothing against Iceman, but he's not one of the top tier X-Men.
No. So, Malcolm, who you got?
Yeah, I mean, I quite enjoy the way Iceman was portrayed in the movies. I think he was a pretty cool character. But yeah, it's one of those ones. Like, I think I chose to include him just to get the X-Men a little bit more representation in this tournament as it was. But yeah, Jean Grey is great as a character, and like, this might be a slight hot take, but I didn't hate Sophie Turner's version in the newer movies. I think
me neither.
I just hope if the MCU decides that they want to do the Dark Phoenix route, they actually properly do the Dark Phoenix route and not.
I know, yeah, they haven't done
not
it properly,
trying to shove it into one movie. So, but
No.
I'm gonna go Jean Grey here.
Yeah, Dark
I'm with
Phoenix
you on
needs
the
to be
Sophie.
part of a series or something.
I'm with you on Sophie Turner. I think she's a pretty good Jean Grey.
Yeah,
she was a good Jean Grey in a bad X-Men set.
Yeah. Well,
she really was kind of handicapped.
No, 100%. Yeah. Put Sophie Turner as Jean Grey in the MCU. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Yeah, but Jacob, who you got?
Yeah, I'm just gonna I'm gonna follow along and go with Jean Grey here. Yeah, I think Iceman, he's a cool character, but doesn't. Yeah, I mean, if we're going top tier, Jean Grey is top tier, so she gets my vote.
Yeah, and I really dig Sean Ashmore as Iceman. I like him as an actor. I think he did a great job. But yeah, Iceman really isn't like a top tier like X-Men or Marvel or any of that. But he's fun, you know. But yeah, Jean Grey is one of the top tier X-Men for sure. And my favorite portrayal for it is actually what they did with them in the 90s animated series. I think that they did it justice there. Like they did a really cool Dark Phoenix saga over there. So yeah, I'll go with
I mean,
Jean Grey.
they had the episodes to do it, right? Like it's not like you
Yeah,
have to do
right.
it in 1.5, 2 hours.
Yeah, they had all the episodes. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It really needs to be almost a series or something. But Ryan, who you got?
Oh, I mean, this was a no-brainer as well. This was a Jean Grey, and despite some of you guys are valid in saying Iceman's not a top-tier X-Men, but I remember, when I first got into the X-Men, not just from the cartoon series, when I wanted to find the comics, I found the originals, and learning that Iceman was one of the original members of the team along with Jean Grey was something fun to read. And not following comics a lot, but when I did get back into it, I saw, especially in the later series runs, they were really doing their best to inject more of Iceman into the conversation. I mean, and not only that, like when it comes to power levels between the two of them, Jean Grey, they made Iceman an Omega 11 mutant, which is one of the more powerful ones out there. And then also in media, they gave Iceman, I believe in the second film, kind of one of the in a way, you can say his coming out story to his parents. In that,
that's true.
I love that.
That was a great scene.
And then, of course, later on, they do change the fact that Bobby Drake is. I think he's either bisexual or he's simply queer.
He's gay, isn't he?
Yeah. It's been a while since I've read the comics, so I don't know if he is homosexual or if he's bisexual. But yeah, they do make him queer in the comics. So even with that knowledge and that scene, like putting so much more subtext into it, but even then it's still Jean Grey, because no matter what, she's always, if you put the two of them together, people are going to recognize Jean Grey more than Iceman.
Yeah, if you were to go to somebody on the street and you were to say, name me a couple X-Men, they would more likely name Jean Grey over Bobby Drake's 9 out of 10
Even if they don't know Jean Grey by name, they'll say the redhead girl.
Yeah,
right. Yeah. Right. So yeah, it'll be Jean.
Speaking of which.
Oh,
fuck. Why does this always happen to me?
Yeah, get to first.
All right, this one, it could be tougher, but
I might have
a
hard take on their live adaptation. On both.
I'm going last, so I got time.
Yeah, yep. You got time to think.
Fuck.
It'll be Matt first. Who you got?
Fuck. You know what? This is gonna be an offbeat thing. I'm gonna go with Star-Lord for this reason alone. I like how his character arc ended so far. Spoilers, compared to how it ended for Rogue in the original trilogy of X-Men. I was never a fan of the fact that she got that serum.
Yeah.
So for that alone, I'm gonna go with Star-Lord.
Yeah. Malcolm, you got.
This is actually pretty tough for me as well. But, I do like Star-Lord as a character, and just as the thing with comics, I like to put Easter eggs in it. The reason I put Wolf Riddell's head there is he voices Star-Lord in the animated series.
Nice.
But yeah, I think I like Star-Lord as a character, and I think he is great. But yeah, Rogue is definitely a really great music. And while yes, like in the movies, her powers were pretty kind of nerfed a bit, just because they obviously didn't have the rights for Captain Marvel and all that, because that's how she gets her power to fly and all that in the comics, is because she took Captain Marvel's powers and all that.
I don't know.
But yeah, and I think she's great. But yeah, I'm also going to slightly go Star-Lord on this.
Yeah. Jacob, who you got?
I like Rogue as a character, but I'm gonna go with Star-Lord. Yeah, I think Chris Pratt's portrayal of him in the movies, I really enjoy it. I think it's got some good humor, some good action. I think he really nails it, and I gravitate more to Guardians than I do the X-Men movies that aren't named Logan. So yeah, I'm gonna go Star-Lord.
Yeah. So yeah, this one's not as tough, although I am a big Gambit fan, because in the comics of Rogan and Gambit, they were a thing, and the
show too, right?
Yeah, in the animated series too. But
yeah,
they
in
didn't
the
do
'90s, yeah, they were. They were. I won't say they're in a way they were. They would portray them together on screen, but then at the same time they were hesitant to really like solidify
Moschetti.
them. They always
Yeah.
had a very flirtatious relationship.
Yeah,
Right.
But
It
it
was
clear the
PG
whole
in the
kid-
'90s. Like you had to be careful.
Yeah,
Right.
But it's clear now they were a thing. It was just like we don't want to seal it.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, the first comic convention that I ever went to, I cosplayed as Gambit, and every time I found a rogue, I took the opportunity to take a picture. So when I was on the convention floor, but
and don't get me wrong, I absolutely love Rogue too.
Yeah. Also, like I really like Anna Paquin as an actress. Like I just think what the MCU did was just fine. I mean, I didn't hate it, but I didn't love it either. I thought they're just okay. She's a little subdued, kind of like Malcolm said. I feel like she really has more power, or she eventually gains more powers over time. But yeah, Star-Lord's one of my favorite characters. I'm a massive Guardians of the Galaxy fan. If you want to find me online on any gaming platform, it's Star-Lord 83616. So it's Star-Lord in my old zip code where I just moved from. So I'm a big Star-Lord fan, so I'm gonna go Star-Lord. Yeah. But Ryan, who you got?
Well, looks like I'm gonna be the lone soldier here. I'm actually gonna go for Rogue, even though it doesn't matter at this point. He's going forward. But I went with Rogue because I do get the love towards Star-Lord. I really do get it. I mean, hell, I gravitate to him like crazy. But I think it wasn't until after the second film I started rewatching some of Chris Pratt's portrayal of the character wasn't not like it wasn't sitting right with me, but it was just difficult to really find where he was going with the character. And it wasn't until Infinity War I'm seeing what they're going to do with it. And then I love the Christmas special to where they see they're going forward. But then I'm not going to spoil Guardians 3, but I did not like him at least all the way until the end of the film, to be honest.
Okay.
Like his character felt like a bit of a
enough.
drag for me. And it worked in his character story. I get it. But with Rogue, though, I kind of like her in as one of the mutants. I mean, yeah, despite how she's portrayed, how her portrayal went in live action, and I'm gonna be one of the few. I didn't like at first her choosing to get the cure, but then thinking about it, it's more like it ultimately was her choice to do it. I mean, yeah, script wise and all that shit, but if I was in her position, I had a mutant ability where I can't physically touch anybody for the rest of my life. I sure as hell be tempted. So her character brought up a lot of good moral questions towards it, and I'm also the same opinion. Yeah, her shit was nerfed because the way she is in the '90s, her flying and having super strength. Of course, those were side effects of absorbing Captain Marvel, which Marvel at the time couldn't do. So I'm hoping maybe in MCU we'd see a version of Rogue with those powers.
That would be dope.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah, but Madeeh, who you got?
Well, I'm not gonna let Ryan stand alone. I'm also going with Rogue. I actually really liked her portrayal in the 3 original movies, and then also the Days of Future Past had like a Rogue. I think they call it the Rogue cut.
The Rogue cut,
yeah, the Rogue cut, yeah.
Yeah,
I actually own a physical copy of it.
Yeah, I've got it here.
I do too. It's somewhere in my
cool
cabinet, but
I'd like to own
and I haven't watched
that
that version in a while. But like the Rogue version is, I wouldn't say better or worse. I think it's right on the same level as Days of Future Past.
It definitely, the Rogue cut adds more context to some parts that from the
like it's slight differences overall, but like it includes Rogue more and for that as well. Chris Pratt as Star-Lord, I could give a shit about, to be honest. Like I didn't like Guardians 2 at all. Guardians 1 I thought was just okay. Guardians 3 I liked, but it wasn't because of him. And I guess we're not spoiling it, even though it's been like almost like 6 months or whatever. But yeah, like he's not the reason that I like Guardians 3. And in any of the movies he's been in, he's not near my top tier. Like I think he's my least favorite Guardian, to be honest with you. So
wow.
Yeah, I would go with Rogue. And also the X-Men Evolution picture reminded me of that show, and I loved her in that show too.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, she was great in that. And yeah, I think I gravitate more to Star-Lord in the first movie. Just kind of we're just getting into the legendary outlaw or whatever. So yeah, but.
Like nothing against the portrayal. Just by the time we got to the third film, I was wondering what they were gonna do, and I just didn't like the direction that was done. It wasn't until the end I see a better. Like this is the kind of version I wanted to see after 2, but with Infinity War, it's kind of like okay, they're going that route.
Yeah. But yeah, it looks like we got Dr. Ock or Doc Octopus versus Sam Wilson. So he plays Falcon.
He's Falcon, but he's both Falcon and
yeah.
He's Black Falcon, right? That's the
right.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it'll be Soda first. So who you got here?
No, I just was first.
He just went.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. So it'll be Malcolm.
Yeah, don't give me 2 in a row, man. That would be hard.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, this is actually a little bit easier for me. I do like the character of Falcon. And like if we just haven't had much of Falcon at this point. Like and yeah, I mean I think where he's going with him being Captain America when we eventually get that movie hopefully next year, but who knows if when the SAG strike's going to end. But yeah, and I've liked him for what we've got him in at the time. But yeah, when it comes to villains, and especially with the Raimi movies, I think Doc Ock is probably one of the biggest Spider-Man villains. And this is one of the things that with doing a 64 bracket is important. We do have a few villains, we don't have a lot of villains. But yeah, I think Doctor Ock, I think is one of the top tier Spider-Man villains, and I think he's great in all the different iterations he's been. So for that, I'm going Doctor Octopus.
Yeah. Well, Jacob, who you got here?
Yeah, I like the character of Sam Wilson too. I think he's a great character. But Doc Ock is like he's one of my favorite villains. Period. Not just in Marvel, but like in movies. Period. I think Alfred Molina's portrayal of him in Spider-Man 2, and then even in No Way Home, I think it's just an incredible performance. So I'm gonna go with Doc Ock.
Yeah, I think for me, the Spider-Man villains are like sort of like akin to like Batman villains in the for DC. Like Batman has the best rogues gallery of villains. I think Spider-Man definitely has the best set of villains throughout the movies, throughout the comics. And yeah, Alfred Molina's portrayal is just so good. He gets even better with No Way Home. Like I was really glad they brought him back. I wasn't sure about it, and then it actually like worked really well. So and Sam Wilson is a fun character, like Cap on your left. Like he's the first one to come back out of the portal from Endgame, and that's a cool moment. And I mean, he's had some cool moments in the TV series, and we'll see when the next Captain America, the New World Order, or whatever comes out.
I think they changed the title again. I don't think it's New World Order anymore.
Yeah, they might have changed it. Yeah,
it's Brave New World.
Oh yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, Brave New World.
I'll wait till it comes out before I learn what the title is.
Yeah,
all I know is Seth Rollins is in it.
Yeah, I do know that too.
I'm going Doc Ock. So, but Ryan, who you got?
I'm gonna make a swerve once again. I'm going with Sam Wilson, Captain Falcon. Yeah, Captain Falcon. That's what I'm gonna do right now.
Yeah, right.
There, Captain America Falcon. I'm picking him for more of the because it's clear with Doc Ock as far as live adaptation goes. I don't know if we might see another version of him, to be honest. But one thing, at least with Sam Wilson, we will see more of. Also, I think with Molina though, he was great, perfect in Spider-Man 2. He's not one of. I did not like what they did with him in No Way Home, to be honest. I can pick apart No Way Home. I can find a lot of these No Way Home that irk me, but I'm not gonna make a But to me, Doc Ock was more interesting to me when I read him in the comics. I liked the moral line that he would jump back and forth. Like he was a villain in the comics, but he had a moral code that he lived by. not like in the movies where it's AI, artificial intelligence, corrupting his brain. No, he was 100% in control of his actions, and I liked how he had a code. It developed a very um, uneasy relationship with Peter Parker. Especially, I like later on when they do the whole switch of him taking over Spider-Man's mind.
Oh yeah,
not the superior Spider-Man.
Oh yeah,
that whole arc was wild.
And even now, I think in later comic runs they do have him back, and he is doing a mixed version of the Superior Spider-Man, or he's still Doc Ock, but he's got a Spider-Man suit. So I do like that we get more of Doc Ock showing more of that moral gray complexity that he has. Like he's got those villain aspirations, but he's heavily influenced by Peter. I like that version of him more in the comics. Well, the villain and now this more anti-ish hero that he is. But Sam Wilson, either in the comics or in the films, I like how he has a strong moral backbone, and you can see with his relationship with Steve why he's somebody that, of course, it's not explained a lot in media literacy, but to us it feels like, oh, he was always Steve's pick to carry on the Shield. And I would have loved maybe 2 more episodes in Falcon and Winter Soldier to expand more on that, but I did like what they were touching on in that.
Yeah, and also like in the comics too, like Doc Ock and Spider-Man kind of swap because you got the Spider-Man with the like octopus arms and like one point, and then Doc Ock has a Spider-Man suit at one point. It's kind of interesting, but Madeeh, who you got?
I'm going with Octavius. I agree with everything that Ryan said, honestly, but for me, I've never really had that same connection with Falcon or Captain Falcon rather. Whether it's his on-screen stuff or in the comics, I've just never had that same like a connection is the only word I can think of, really. Like I've never really felt like, you know, he was the guy sort of thing. I also want to shout out William Salyer's performance as Dr. Octavius in the PS4 video game that came out like 5-6 years ago, whatever it is. Just because the new one's coming out, so like I've been going down that again. So you know,
the new one came out like today, I think.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah. It did. Listen, I'm not finished the last one. I got to finish and then.
Yeah, same here. I got to finish Miles.
I haven't played Miles Morales yet.
Okay, yeah, no, you.
But I did pick up Super Mario Wonder today. I got that. So, but
yeah. So Octavius for me.
Yeah, Matt, who you got?
Yeah, I'm also going to go with Octavius. While I do like Anthony Mackie's portrayal as Sam Wilson in the MCU, I just, to me, it hasn't like hit me or anything like that. It's just like I like him. I like what they're doing with him, but that's about it. Whereas Doc Ock, yes, I love Alfred Molina's portrayal in both Spider-Man 2 and Far From Home. I love the character arc in the video game. The idea that he's in Spider-Man's body, just love that too. Like, just so bonkers. So I'm gonna go with Doc Ock just because I know way more about him as well. Like I'm not overly familiar with Sam Wilson outside of the MCU. Like I know who he is, and that's about it.
Yeah, same. So yeah, it'll be Doc Ock.
And up next, we've got Hulk going up against Blade.
Okay, interesting.
Bitch, man.
Yeah, this time it'll be Jacob first.
Yeah, and funny enough, I just watched Blade for the first time this year, and
oh wow,
yeah, I was very
what
late.
did you think?
I think if I watched it 20 years ago, I might have liked it more. But as far as like the character, I thought the character was really cool. But the movie itself, like you could tell it was made like late 90s. So, but no, I still thought it was I thought it was a good movie. I enjoyed it. So yeah, this one's actually tough because like I do think Blade is a really cool character. I love Wesley Snipes' portrayal of him. Hulk, not my favorite in the MCU. I think Edward Norton's Hulk was really good. I have mixed feelings on Mark Ruffalo's Hulk and where they've taken him. It might be recency bias because I just watched Blade for the first time and I think he's a really cool character, but I'm gonna go Blade.
Yeah. Well, for me, I've seen Blade 1 and I've seen Blade 3. I've not seen Blade 2. It's kind of weird
Oh,
because I just caught Blade 3 when it was on TV years ago, and so I saw it, and then I want to go back and like watch the whole trilogy, but I've only watched the first, so I haven't gotten to the second one yet. So yeah, but I mean, I think the character's fine. I mean, like it's a fun character. I think Wesley Snipes does a great job with it, but yeah, I'm a big Hulk fan. Like I love the character of the Hulk, but yeah. I'm kind of with you. I'm not a huge fan of like where they're kind of currently taking Hulk in the MCU, but I've heard like rumors of like World War Hulk or like some of that may be coming in the future. So that'd be really cool if you could get that, because that's one of like the greatest storylines. And yeah, like I really like Mark Ruffalo as a Bruce Banner, but like I just don't really like when they like mesh the two and you got Smart Hulk and like some of the movies he's like dabbing and he's doing like weird stuff and I don't know, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I just am more of a Hulk smash, or I got my little Gladiator Hulk here, so like I like that one too. So yeah, I gotta go with the Hulk here. But Ryan, what do you say?
Okay. I'm going to go with Hulk. As much as I do love the Blade movies, Trinity sometimes is a chore to watch, or sometimes it's sometimes it can just be like the movies you can enjoy for the bad reasons. I mean, like it's a movie so bad it's good.
I love those.
But beyond that, comparing the two, I'm personally in the minority that's actually enjoying what MCU is doing with Hulk, because outside of the World War Hulk that everyone wants to get, I honestly think exploring more of Bruce being in the Hulk's body, because that's not Smart Hulk. It's simply just Bruce in the Hulk's body. That's just it. That's all it is. And I kind of want to explore more on that. So the moment they do start to see the Hulk personality start taking over more, because that's the one thing I've been enjoying with the Hulk run, either it's in comics or from the TV show or an animated, is that there is constantly a battle going on in Bruce's mind within the personalities. I mean, there's a comic run where the Hulk does become smart. Now without Banner, he becomes Doc Hulk, and he ends up going on a run of curing so many people of who have gamma in them. So you see him going up against so many different versions of Hulk. And then, of course, the most recent run, the Immortal Hulk, which is more of kind of like a horror and a bit, it definitely explores new depths of the character instead of just a simple brainless smash, which I think if the Hulk explored more in different facets, he would be. This would have been a much easier vote, but in the slightest of margins, I'm going for the Hulk.
Yeah, that sounds good. Madeeh, who you got here?
I'm gonna go with Blade. I think Blade 2 is like one of the great comic book movies of all time, just in general. And the Hulk, I think I liked him up until, I'm gonna say his best was in like the original Avengers, and then after that he's just been slowly on the decline for me. I liked parts of what they did in Ragnarok with him. The whole Smart Hulk, yeah, it's not really Smart Hulk. It's just Hulk body, Bruce brain is not really hitting it for me. I also want to see him go to the optometrist and find someone to give him glasses, because that should have been a whole thing. Because going to the optometrist in the first place is a pain in the ass, and now you have a Hulk-sized head that they're trying to frame. So that should have been fun.
Right.
But no, like there's not really been anything from the Hulk in terms. And what Ryan said, I echo. Like the comics versions of the Hulk, I've enjoyed far more than I've enjoyed the movie stuff. Like, yeah, especially like in the last 12 years, I haven't enjoyed the Hulk as much as I thought I would have.
Well, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, totally. Matt, what do you say? Here.
I'm gonna go with Hulk just because, if I'm being honest, Blade as a character has never really interested me. I've never seen the movies. I've never read a comic. I've never really cared. Hulk, though, I do actually enjoy what they're doing with him in the MCU, mostly because I'm an easy fan and I'm easily entertained. That's always been like that, not just since I became a stoner.
Yeah.
But and I do enjoy Mark Ruffalo's portrayal. The only appearance of his that I always felt was a little off was Age of Ultron. Other than that, I've always loved his MCU stuff. So I'm gonna go with Hulk.
Yeah.
You
Although
like the 2003 one?
Yeah.
Actually, I still haven't seen that one. That's actually a blind
Yeah,
spot for me on that one.
You don't need to.
Yeah, I mostly want to see it just to see with my own eyes if it's as bad as everybody says it is.
Yeah.
Good
But
luck.
I'm not in a hurry to see it.
All I'll say is good luck.
They tried something with that film, and if you just
They definitely tried.
Yeah,
something.
I'll give the movie for effort, but if you remove the Hulk, it kind of plays a bit like a. I don't know what genre it falls into.
Is that it's Ang Lee, right?
Ang Lee, yeah.
Yeah. He's what directed Freddy vs. Jason and Brett Chucky, right?
Did he? No, he didn't direct those. No, he did Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. He did Brokeback Mountain.
Who the hell did the horror movies?
Yeah.
Never mind then.
Yeah, he did. What's the one with the
Life of Pi? He directed Life of Pi.
Yeah, Life of Pi. Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah,
I'm an
overall,
ass.
fantastic director.
Yeah, Ang Lee, he's very artsy. I mean, not art. He is the artistic. He's an artistic director when it comes to his films.
Oh, Ronnie Yu. Fuck, Ronnie Yu.
No worries, it's okay.
At this point, I almost feel like they maybe need to go with like a different character to play Hulk. Like they have like Amadeus Cho or like someone else that could come in and do it. I don't know.
Well, I think they tried in comics. They tried to move away from Banner. They tried to focus more on She-Hulk. Use Amadeus Cho in Hulk's body, but
they're bringing in Red Hulk, aren't they?
Well,
they might be doing that. Yeah.
Supposedly.
A lot of it is just rumors. Like
it's just because Thunderbolt was recasted.
Yeah,
people are thinking we're gonna get Red Hulk. I'm like, put your expectations away, okay?
It could just be that Harrison Ford is in the movie.
Yeah,
right.
What makes everyone think Harrison Ford is gonna stick around for another franchise? Come on.
Yeah.
Like I think. Well, he's like 80 years old. He's
exactly.
Yeah, he's almost done. But we'll go to Malcolm. Who you got here?
Yeah, I'm also someone who's been a fan of what they've done with the Hulk in the later parts of the MCU. I actually quite enjoy Smart. Smart Hulk is what I'm going to call him, but like even though it's not really, but like
Bruce, that's what.
Like Blade is an interesting character. I'm also someone who's just seen the Blade movies for the first time this year, and it's one of those ones like whether or not, depending on when we eventually get this Blade movie, whether or not it's still Mahershala Ali by the time it comes out, because he is
right.
If I remember, before the whole production issues, it was originally slated to come out in 2024.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. But yeah.
Good luck with that.
Well, I mean, it's as well as ones like there's talks now that Deadpool 3 is probably most definitely going to be moved later down the line, just because of what they've been managed to film. But anyway, I'm
not really happy about what I've been hearing about that, but I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's one of those ones like if they have to delay it so that we get a good movie, then so be it.
Like if they do that, because I don't know why they don't let Ryan Reynolds improv for a freaking Deadpool movie. It's considered writing or something.
Well, it's changing the script. Anyway, we're not talking about Deadpool.
Sure. You can talk about that some other time.
My vote's going to Hulk.
Sure. Yeah. So it'll be Hulk moving on.
Hulk 4-2. Up next, we've got the Invisible Woman up against Fat Thor.
That's easy. Fat Thor. Okay.
I actually like that version of Thor.
Right here with this nice
Jordan, you're up first.
Stuff right there. There you go. But the Invisible Woman doesn't really do anything for me. I'm not a fan of like Invisible Woman, like period. Not even as like as a universal monster type of thing, even. But I know we're not talking about that, but like I'm just not drawn to any of that kind of stuff. And in the MCU, it didn't really do much for me. But I mean, Jessica Alba's like very attractive, but beyond that, there's really nothing that really interests me. But Thor is a great character. I mean, excuse me, but sorry. Oh, but like I don't even mind what they did with like the fat Thor for a little bit because it was kind of their opportunity to kind of make a transformation and then like set him on a new path and kind of like that kind of thing. So I thought that it was funny for like a one-time like movie thing, but then move on to the next iteration, and they did, and yeah, like I think that Thor's been great all throughout the MCU. So I'll go with Thor. Ryan, you got?
Well, I mean, I'm going with Thor, not because we've got more exposure from him in live action, but also I think because I mean, of course, it's mostly focusing on live action, but also we've seen more of him in the animation with the Earth's Mightiest Heroes, different stuff like from Disney XD. With Invisible Woman, though, it seems they just can't find the formula for her. She's especially when it comes to Fantastic Four. With Sue, kind of like with Doc Ock, I find her more compelling in the comics, honestly. Not from just her abilities and her power, but also from her position in the Fantastic Four, how she works in the dynamics of controlling so many, I will say it, so many male egos in there, from Johnny to Ben, from their antagonistic relationship to Reed, someone who's smart but can't always read the room.
Oh, I'm pretty sure everybody can see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then also, they do. I mean, I don't want to get more in with Sue, but they do show with Sue that she is a very complex character. I mean, she may not be at the same level of intellect as Reed, but she is a very smart person who can hold her own. And you can see how strong a character she is in the comics because someone like Namor respects her, wants her. She's even treated with respect from even Captain America, Iron Man, and even Black Panther. Because I remember from the early Fantastic Four run when Black Panther, when he was introduced through the Fantastic Four, despite him showing respect to all of them, he treated Sue on equal footing. With Thor, though, Thor has had some of the most. He's had one of the hell's roller coasters in the MCU. I hated everyone's response to what Thor looked like in Endgame because to me that was a great portrayal of someone who is down on himself, who has self-loathing inside him, who is feeling the loss and the weight of his whole decisions turned inward. I mean, what was everyone expecting Thor to be like in Endgame? The same shape, but just a depressive mess, just a drunk? No, you're seeing the most realistic expectations of someone who's taken all that anger, guilt, and frustration, turns it inward. And
I mean, almost all of his people died from. So that's just like, yeah, he's gonna be pretty depressed and like go through something.
If you look at Infinity War and Endgame back to back in Thor's parts, you do see how Thor mentioned he lost when he's talking with Rocket, lost his mom, lost his dad, lost Heimdall, lost Loki, lost half of his people on that ship.
Crazy.
And then of course in Endgame, whoever Asgardians survived the snap, he's got low and lower and lower people. That's one of the things I wanted to see with MCU 2, explore those 5 years to give us a really good portrayal. But beyond all that, my vote is still going to Thor. It's just right now, hopefully, if Hemsworth agrees to another Thor film, I do want to see what else he can bring out of this character.
Yeah, hopefully something different than Love and Thunder. That was a little.
I didn't hate Love and Thunder. I just hate the execution.
yeah, I'm kind of with you there. But Madeeh, who you got?
My body will not let me vote against Jessica Alba. I'm sorry. Like, listen, that movie came out. Listen, that movie came out, and all of a sudden, I realized that I liked women. That was that was a whole thing for me.
What year did that
but I
come
agree
out
with
again?
Sorry, that was.
What year?
2001.
2005.
I would have been 4.
No, it was in the middle of 2005. Yeah.
2005. Okay, so yeah, that's a much
more
reasonable age for me to have been.
I just graduated high school.
Because I think
I was just going into high school, so it was like seeing that and then going into high school. It was like a whole thing.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
But no, I agree with everything you guys are saying. Like I understand that Thor, especially in the movies, has been a much better character, minus Love and Thunder. And what Ryan said about his grief and his depression and everything like that manifesting internally and then showing itself in his body is exactly what it is. And I love that they showed that because I think Thor's had probably the best character arc overall in the MCU. Well, that's a whole argument, but like I would say it's like in the top tier of like overall character arcs.
Mhm.
But I'm sorry, I'm not voting against Jessica Alba. I can't do it.
Sure, yeah, that's fair.
Not holding that against you.
There you
Yeah,
go.
but Soda, who you got?
No, as a horny teenager myself at that time, I don't blame you.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna go with Thor though, just because I agree with everything everyone has said about Thor, about the character arc, and I relate to Fat Thor on such an emotional level that I'm not willing to discuss. That it is unbelievable. I don't think I've ever related to a character more at some points. So I'm going to give it to Thor.
Yeah.
People forget Thor was lame before 2010, man.
Yeah, like I really like. I enjoyed the first Thor. I'm a defender of that one as well. Lost World, whatever. But yeah, it's when Taika Waititi injected that humor into him is when he definitely became one of my favorite characters.
Yeah. Well, I liked him when he was in Thor Ragnarok and parts of Love and Thunder.
I'm actually a rare. I'm a rare defender of Love and Thunder. I really like that one.
There's just some execution things that I thought could have been changed in Love and Thunder. That's the thing with Thor, unfortunately, because in the comics he's meant to be a god. So, and if you do look at the first Thor movie, MCU tried their hardest not to say he's a god. They just said he's an advanced civilization. Then, of course, they try to do the turn later on in Ragnarok where he goes, "Oh no, I am a god," and then they tried leaning harder in that in Love and Thunder. That's hard when you create this entire narrative of, oh, he's not a god, and then now you're going like, oh no, he is a god.
They kind of had that one line. I think it was in the first Avengers where like Cap is like, "There's only one god," and he doesn't dress. What did he say?
He doesn't dress like that. Only one god, man.
Yeah. Something along those lines. Where they're like, all right, well, we're acknowledging that he's kind of in that god sphere. But
I don't know why. I guess it's because like comics do the same thing that instances like that just never have bothered me when it comes to movies. I just accept it, just because like the way I look at it, it's just instead of another comic book writer taking over, it's just another director. Like they're gonna put their own little special touch on it.
True.
Yeah.
So I guess it's just never bothered. I guess I've never really looked at those characters like that.
Yeah. Well, Malcolm, who you got here?
This will probably be my last one because I've actually got to rush off.
Sure. Yeah. It's all good.
But yeah, the reason I know it's hard to tell from the graphic I did. The reason I cut the picture that way I did is just underneath his hand is the the Thor from the rest of the MCU. But I just like the fact that it now just looks like Falcon is sitting on top of Thor's head. It's like he's being a Falcon.
He's using Falcon as Mjolnir.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do like the Invisible Woman. I think she's a great character. But yeah, it's my vote's going for. Like I also sympathize with Fat Thor on many different levels. But yeah, I like Thor as a character. I think he's great. And insert Austin Rand about Thor Ragnarok.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I know he hates that and Love and Thunder probably. But you want to plug anything before you go? Any parting words?
Yeah, I mean, you can find me on Tape Productions as a host of Rankin every Sunday night. We're talking about Rob Schneider movies this week. Jacob's going to be on there. And I host trivia over on Full Metal.
Cool, yeah. I'll be tuning into that on Rob Schneider. Yeah. So, all right. Thanks, Malcolm.
I mean, I'll probably hang around for a little bit longer anyway.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, no worries. You can see where this goes. I mean,
just get him out of the way now. That way you can just get out at the last minute.
Yeah, I was going to say, Jacob, you got any thoughts on it?
It's Thor.
Yeah. Yep.
Fair enough.
That's all you got to say. All right.
Yeah, Wong and Daredevil.
Oh.
Ooh, okay. And we are back down to Ryan.
Bottom.
Honestly, if we never got the Netflix series, this would have been a no-brainer.
Yeah.
I have watched the director's cut of the Ben Affleck film.
It's
Better
better.
than that one, but I won't knock the Daredevil film because of 3 words: Michael Clark Duncan.
Oh yeah.
Definitely not going to knock that film for it. Actually, it was one of my guilty pleasures when I owned it. But but this is still going to lean towards Daredevil because of what the Netflix show did. It did something that, honestly, I have not seen many shows that I'm unfortunately surprised that not many Marvel shows are doing. And I don't mean like a gritty, realistic take on the hero. I mean take a key facet of the hero and then write a story out of it, which the core aspect of Matt Murdock, it's not his blindness, it's not the senses he gets, it's 100% his Catholic background. Now, it's not a religious show, but it's because of his Catholic background, it opens those good moral questions of being a vigilante and a hero, and how it clashes with him personally. And I do like how you do see that terrible balance he's trying to make in the TV show of trying to be a lawyer and then a vigilante. And not the biggest fan of second season where they tried to lean more into his romantic type angles, but still, every season of Daredevil was fantastic. I mean, at least with Charlie Cox's performance. Wong, one of my favorite new additions. I mean, I love not new additions, but I love new additions in the MCU. I love the fact they didn't treat him as simply a sidekick of Doctor Strange. They pretty much said, "Oh no, he is much more smarter. He's much more mystically wise than Stephen Strange." The only difference between the two of them was that Stephen had that chosen one aspect, and I love in the MCU because Stephen was snapped. He is the Sorcerer Supreme, and they did not go back on that in the sequel. So I love that, and I'm hoping if Benjamin Wong, that is his last name, Benjamin Wong. Yeah, if Benjamin Wong is willing to continue coming back to the MCU, I really would love to see more of him in the mystical side of Marvel.
Benedict Wong, yeah, that's it.
Benedict Wong, Benedict.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
god,
Yeah.
Benedict. But I would love to see more of Wong, and then maybe if we see more of Wong, we get to see more of his new best friend, which is Madison, with two N's and one Y, but not where you think.
Yeah, right.
But right now, my vote is to Daredevil.
Yeah. Well, Madeeh, where you gonna go here?
I'm also gonna go with Daredevil. Again, the 3 seasons of that Netflix show are probably my second or third favorite comic book show of all time. Right behind Legion and probably the Batman animated series. But like it's phenomenal. Like absolutely phenomenal. And like season 2, I get like the romantic side is not as intriguing, but I think it's like a whole episode where it's just him tied up talking to John Bernthal's Punisher, and it is one of the most fantastic episodes of TV that I've seen in a long time. Wong, while he isn't just a sidekick, feels like a sidekick character in the MCU still. Like he is the Sorcerer Supreme, so I'm going to give him his credit. But also, he's never really been like, he doesn't have main character energy, if you know what I mean. Like it's always, all right, he shows up in this, he shows up in that. So of these 2 She-Hulk co-stars, I'm gonna go with Matt Murdock.
Yeah,
that's wild that they were in the same show.
I know, yeah, it is. But Matt, who you got?
I'm gonna go give the edge to Daredevil, because while I like both of them in the MCU, I have never read anything with Wong in it in comics. And I love Born Again. Really love it. And I also love Kevin Smith's run as well. So I'm going to go with Daredevil.
Yeah. Sounds good. Jacob.
Read them both if you haven't.
Yeah.
Born Again is great.
I read Born Again, yeah.
So I'm actually going to go with Wong, only because I haven't seen the Daredevil show. It's a show that I need to get to, and not a big fan of that Ben Affleck movie, so gonna go with Wong.
Yeah.
You didn't love them fighting on like a children's playground?
Yeah, right.
No, quite the opposite.
Yeah. Well, Wong's a fun character. He's kind of like the glue of the MCU. He shows up in like almost every property, and like he just
Seems like it.
Yeah, it's like the guy that just like holds everything together from like like how you know everything's connected because there's at least Wong there. But yeah, I think I got to give it to Daredevil also. Like yeah, that series is one of the greatest series, and like yeah, his interaction with the Punisher, John Bernthal, yeah, that is some great stuff. And also too, just a little side note, at the last convention a couple weeks ago that I went to, I was in line to go and meet Carrie Ann Moss because I'm a huge Matrix fan. But then I was dressed as Marty McFly and had a replica hoverboard, and somebody comes up and taps me on the shoulder, and I turn around, and it's Charlie Cox, and he's like, "Hey man, is that an actual hoverboard? Can I see that thing?" And he's all like mesmerized, but he's like, "That is so cool, man!" And like he was like, the nicest guy, so we just sat and like talked for a few minutes, and I saw him how my cousin he writes music, and he wrote a song all about the movie Stardust, and like kind of like chronicles everything from beginning to end. It's like really, really cool. And like he was just the nicest guy. Like I like totally didn't expect that. So like that was a cool like moment.
Oh shit.
So, yeah. So I got to give it to Daredevil. Yeah. That's my vote.
All right, Daredevil's moving on. Up next, we got Spider-Man going up against Mysterio.
All right. Hero and villain. So we'll go with Madeeh first. So you got.
I feel like I can save a lot of my thoughts for later rounds because Mysterio is kind of boring. You know what I mean? Like, I like Jake Gyllenhaal as an actor. I wasn't a huge fan of the way they did it in the movie, in particular. And Mysterio as a villain overall has never been my favorite Spider-Man villain. Like, he's always felt like. And I don't remember who said it earlier, but like it's almost like a Batman level rogues gallery, and he's not near the top for me in the Spider-Man rogues gallery. So, yeah, it's an easy Spider-Man for me.
Yeah, well, Soda, who you got?
I really liked what they did, or at least the concept of what they did with Mysterio in No Way Home. I do like that take of using the drones and stuff like that. But I mean, you can't not give it to Spider-Man in this. Like, he's fucking Spider-Man. He's like he's like on Mount Olympus of comic book heroes. And yeah, I mean, every man who's played him in live action in the last 25 years has knocked it out of the park.
Yep, for sure.
So I got to go with Spider-Man.
Yep, sounds good. Jacob, who you got?
Yeah, not much thoughts. It's Spider-Man. Let's be honest.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm a huge Spider-Man guy. I mean, that's my favorite Marvel character, hands down. It's number one. I always like to flash my giant Spider-Man right over there. But and yeah, like you're right, Matt. Though that like every actor that's portrayed him on screen has just been great. Even in like the voices, the animated form. Like I met Shameik Moore at the same convention. I got a picture with Shameik Moore, so that was cool. And yeah, like it's like Spider-Man was the first comic I ever read. So I started off just in the Sunday newspaper that they had a Spider-Man comic for a little while, and they just had little bits of the story, and like they even had like a daily one in my newspaper that they would have like a little extra every day in it. So like I would read that. It was always a lot of fun, and yeah, there's just so many just amazing Spider-Man runs. I mean, of course, Amazing Spider-Man or like Superior Spider-Man, or like there's just so many different. I mean, even the like, is it like 2099, the futuristic one, or like whatever. But yeah, like they're just all really, really good. But But I will say though that Mysterio, though, for me, like that's actually one of my favorite Spider-Man villains. I actually do put him near the top, but not for the Jake Gyllenhaal stuff. For what they did in the animated series and in the comic books, I think there's some really, really good stuff. And I'm just waiting for them to finally do it in a live action form, and they did it, and it was cool. Like it was fine. Like I really like Jake Gyllenhaal. They didn't really like do exactly what I was looking for, but I mean, I didn't hate it. I thought that it was fine. So. I mean, but yeah, it's got to be Spider-Man, pretty easy. So, but Ryan, what do you say?
I mean, pretty much kind of mirror everything what most of you guys are saying on there. I mean, it's my vote's also going to Spider-Man because just right here in the footage, you got 3 portrayals versus just one that we got on screen. Now, Mysterio he definitely fits more in the animated like universe, like in the '90s Iron Man, Spider-Man movies, or hell in video games where you can use more of the character. I was very, 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 very hesitant of what they were going to do with him in MCU. I liked that the whole thing was a ruse, but one of the things with Mysterio, at least in the MCU, just fell into one of the things that I don't like about Tom Holland's Peter Parker. But beyond that, my vote is still going to go to Peter Parker because I like I like his character. I like he really is kind of like not just an everyman superhero, but he's also one of those heroes where you really can realize that no matter what he does good, he can spend the rest of his life trying to help the neighborhood. He's always going to be you always got forces out there that's going to make him seem as if he is a bad guy, like Jay Jonah when it comes to reporting the news, or if it's the police that are just not on his side, or just one random person can see him stopping a robbery, and then maybe they kind of like in Homecoming where you see Peter Parker doing a couple of things. That one scene where he thinks he's stopping a carjacker, then you got all those people in the neighborhood going, "What are you doing? The guy left his keys in his car."
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
One of those things.
Friendly neighborhood.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's kind of one of the things with also Holland's Peter Parker. I wish we had gotten more of him actually being involved in the neighborhood, but that's all beyond said. Spider-Man, he's an iconic character. He will continue to be a part of Marvel as long as either the MCU Disney or Marvel in the comics will continue to use him.
Yeah, and I still can't believe that Marvel sold off Spider-Man, the character, for the movies. I don't know how that ever happened.
At the time, the comic company they were like, they owed a lot of money.
They were
on their way to going broke.
Yeah, right.
They were so close to being.
I will say, I just added one more thing. Like I really like what they did in No Way Home, but I love how they left it, how it ended up. Because when you have Spider-Man and like Peter Parker, you want him to be broken. You want him to be like struggling to pay rent, struggling to survive, struggling from just day-to-day things. You have the cops against him. You have like the news, J. Jonah Jameson. Like he has no friends. He just feels totally alone, and he wants to reveal his identity to certain people, but he just can't do it for their safety. And like that's one of the things that I love about the comics and about the animated series, the Spider-Man the animated series, that like when he finally revealed his identity, that was a huge moment. That was a big deal that like he finally revealed it to someone, and it's like but like up until this point he's just taking his mask off and just like everybody knows, and so like I really like where they left, and I think that there's a lot of potential going forward, especially for Tom Holland to flex his acting ability and stuff. So I hope it turns out good. So, but yeah, we got our next matchup here.
We got Mantis going up against Vulture.
All right. So I believe that it's Matt first. So.
So I'm gonna have to base this mostly off of the MCU. So I'm gonna have to go with Vulture because while I really do like Mantis, I really enjoy her and the humor that comes with her. But Michael Keaton as Vulture, it's fucking frightening. Like that scene in the car, holy shit, that is intense. And so I've got to go with Vulture.
Yeah. Jacob, who you got?
Part of me was hoping Mantis would go up against Drax so she could like just stick it to him, and whatever. I'm gonna give my vote to Vulture as well. I'm just gonna echo what Soda said. Michael Keaton's performance, like, I think it's just incredible. Like Doc Ock, Vulture, I could go back and forth on either one of them being my favorite Spider-Man villain. As far as on-screen portrayals go, so I'm gonna go with Vulture.
Yeah, I think for me, like I don't really love the character of Mantis. I mean, she's got some funny moments, but like beyond that, like I'm not like that in press part. And I'm really only familiar with her through the MCU as well. But with Vulture though, like I think that what they did in the MCU was my favorite portrayal because like in the comics and also in the animated series, he's just like an old guy, like this feeble old man that just like has this suit, and it's the only thing that like makes him like really like formidable in like any way, and like
have a play on the word vulture as well.
Yeah, right. Yeah, like he's like kind of like a real life vulture though, like old man kind of thing. Yeah, so yeah, but I'll give it to Vulture just for Michael Keaton's performance alone. So yeah, but Ryan, who you got?
I'm actually gonna go with Mantis, and if I am solely basing this off MCU, it's the progression of her character. I get she's zany, she's got a lot of comedic moments, but one of the things I loved about Guardians 2 was her character. If you do rewatch, and honestly, one thing I always emphasize when it comes with the Guardians films is that those films need to be rewatched, not just ingested once or twice and again, because there's so much more subtext and story under the surface, especially when you focus on Ego's scenes in Uranus Planet. You see how Mantis honestly does feel like a shut-in, like they're hard to talk to people. That's one of the things why I don't mind her bond with Drax. She's socially awkward, so guess what? She's meeting with the one person who doesn't care about talking at all. And
Yeah.
how they bond.
It's a good contrast, yeah.
And then even then in the holiday special, it's yes, she's an alien, so she does not know how to handle. It's great.
Yeah.
And even then you do see she's trying to do something from the goodness of her heart, but she's going ahead the wrong way. It's good. And then I do like where she goes in Guardians 3 as well. And where they ended for her. Vulture, love Michael Keaton's portrayal. Fantastic. I hated the twist that he's Liz's dad. Did not like that.
Oh, yeah.
Really? No, I didn't. It bothered the hell out of me because I get it. He's doing this. I mean, he already had enough motivation as it was. Yes, they tease in the opening he has a kid. It didn't have to be Liz though. It could still be he's a weapons dealer, but he's doing this for at least he's doing it for the right reasons, and he's ready to go his way because Tony Stark screwed him. I just didn't like it had to be the daughter, of course, meaning we would lose that scene in the car that you mentioned.
Yeah.
Soda, we would lose that. But it's still kind of like it falls more into now it's woe is Peter. He tried to do the right thing and he ended up hurting someone he cared about, in that kind of situation.
Isn't that usually what it is though?
That is type of his character. It just didn't have that is his character. That is his character. But there could have been more to that without having Liz having to leave town because her dad's arrested. It could be more of like, he stood her up at homecoming.
Yeah, that one I didn't get. I didn't get that part.
Yeah, it's just like it's just simple narrative stuff. I still enjoy Homecoming. Still love Michael Keaton in it. Nothing changes that. I do like they tease in one of the end credits that he is a man of honor. That he's not going to say who Peter Parker is. Unfortunately, seeing what the fuck they did with him in Morbius, I don't think we're going to see more of him anymore.
Yeah, sad.
But beyond that, with Mantis, her character progression went from someone that everyone thought was just going to be a character just for comedy, but you do see that there's more to her when you keep watching the Guardians film. So I'm going to stop talking here, and my vote's going to Mantis.
Yeah. Madeeh, you
got? My main issue with Michael Keaton as Liz's dad is that he was like 70, and she's like 15. So I was like, that's... I mean, good for you, bro. But like, come on.
And some people have kids later in life. My dad did.
Listen, no, I get it. And like, usually it's like, there's that whole thing like, oh, they won't be around when you're older. He won't be around for different reasons because somehow he's now in the Mobius universe.
Shit, we're going to
Morbius
that
universe.
Punisher speech from season 2.
Yeah, like it's a whole thing. I'm going with Vulture. I haven't fully enjoyed Mantis's portrayal. Like there's small things here and there that like it tries to be comedic, but it doesn't work for me. I'm going with Vulture. Michael Keaton's one of the best.
Yeah, but Palm Clementif though, she is a great actress. I mean, look at the last
For
Mission
sure.
Impossible movie.
Yeah.
She killed it in that. So
I don't have a problem with her as an actress. It's just
yeah,
I think some of the comedic stuff hasn't worked for me. For her.
yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Ooh.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, it's evil.
Ant-Man versus Venom.
Ironically,
this time it will be Jacob first. So.
Oh crap.
Yeah.
Thank God I'm last on this one.
If we didn't have Topher Grace's portrayal as Venom, this would be a lot tougher. However, we do, and I've enjoyed every Ant-Man movie so far. At least the Paul Rudd as Ant-Man in the movie. I think he's just really good as the character. So I'm gonna go with Ant-Man.
Yeah, this one's tough for me because I love what they do with Venom in the comics and in the animated series, but like I just hate what they've done with him live action. I think it's just completely stupid. I think it's the dumbest. He's talking about like rolling like a turd in the wind, or like the stupid lines that they just come up with, and it just, I mean, you have Tom Hardy, and I don't really feel like they're really using him very well. I just kind of feel like they could do so much more with him, and they just don't. And then you have Topher Grace on top of that, so it just points against it. Because I love Venom. Of course, they got like something of most characters here, so there you go. But yeah, Ant-Man though is a great character that like on the surface kind of sounds like a dumb character, just an Ant-Man that can shrink or whatever. But like they really find some great things to do with him. Like in I forget which animated series that he pops up as like one of the Avengers like series or
Avengers like Mightiest Heroes. He's in that as
well.
Yeah,
he's in that, and then in the movie that's Paul freaking Rudd, and I think that he's great. Like he's great comic relief because like especially like one of my favorite things was when they after Infinity War, like you had this kind of dark like feeling. You feel like you just came home from a funeral or something, but then literally within the next day or two they released the trailer for Ant-Man and the Wasp. It's just fun, kind of just lighthearted, just like going to a party, just like having a blast, kind of lifts your spirits up. And like that's kind of what I like about with the Ant-Man movies. They're just fun to just kind of just lift you up and just like make you laugh, make you smile, and they're good for that. So yeah, I'll give it to Ant-Man. Ryan, what do you say?
By the slightest of margins, mine's going to Ant-Man. Not, and to be honest, I don't hate either Topher or Hardy in their roles as Brock. I mean, to be honest, after watching Venom, Tom Hardy made a choice and he was sticking to it, and he's committing to it. He committed to that in the sequel, Let There Be Carnage, and it seems he's going to commit to it. I think there's going to be a third Venom movie coming out. I mean, that's in production. No, that's in. I mean, that's currently in pre-production. So it does look like they're going to continue with this.
They make a lot of money, those movies. So yeah,
I don't know about making a lot of money. It just seems more like they're making a profit.
Yeah, right. Yeah, to make some profit.
Yeah. But one reason why I'm going to lean more with Ant-Man in the margins is not only what you said, Jordan, with Scott being a funny, Paul Rudd being very comedic with his role. One of the reasons I was leaning towards was because of what you mentioned after Infinity War, that heartbreak of that end of cliffhanger where people were just dusted in the wind.
Yeah.
That month later, you get Ant-Man and the Wasp, and I think, and at the time, I believe it was truly unfairly treated by the fandom because they wanted a continuation from it. But they're like, no, you needed something to lift you up. You know, really bring not you just watched a movie that just tore your soul apart. Now you need some healing, and Ant-Man and the Wasp is very good. I loved this story. I loved with Scott's character, and the one thing I do enjoy with him in general, at least this portrayal we see with Paul Rudd, he's trying to be a good guy, but he's constantly making some misjudged and bad decisions. You get that in the first Ant-Man film. It's how he gets the suit. You do see in the
It's a heist
second
movie.
film.
It's nice. Yeah.
You do see in the second film he's kind of suffering from the consequences of his choices from Civil War and how it affects the people around him. I love the relationship he has with his daughter. And one of the things I loved in Endgame the most is when he comes back, that one-on-one interaction he has with Cassie, seeing her grown up as a teenager, is still a heartbreaking moment because Paul Rudd does so good in the acting when he's hugging her to where he's confused, shocked, trying to keep himself together, still comforting his daughter who thought he was dead for 5 years. And then when he reveals to Black Widow and Captain, it felt like 5 hours. So to him, it may have been 5 hours, but I love the fact that he's still trying to hold together. I'm going to abstain my thoughts for Quantumania because if I unleashed it, I would retroactively vote for Venom. So I'm sticking with my vote for Ant-Man.
Well, I defend it, but it's like, what are they going to make everyone in the MCU like the smartest person alive, some kind of scientist? They make Cassie into a scientist. They make
No. I think my main
scientist.
issue with that film was they used it to jumpstart to be the next tentpole film. To introduce their big bad. It should have just been small scale. It's not going to affect the worlds. Keep it in his own universe. It's one of the reasons why I love Guardians. Nothing in Guardians is affecting any other universe in the MCU.
Yeah, I think it was the director that wanted it big scale. I think, but Madeeh, what do you say here?
I honestly have no idea. I like Scott Lang as a character and the portrayal of him by Paul Rudd. I have issues with some of the movies that he's in. I think they're fine, but they're not great. And also, when they said, "Oh, we're doing an Ant-Man movie," I was like, "Oh, we're gonna get Hank Pym." But then we got Michael Douglas as Hank Pym, and we're not gonna see that version of Ant-Man. But that's a whole other thing. I think I'm gonna side with Ant-Man though, just because Jacob's right. We got Topher Grace, and I'm not that brings it down. Honestly, if Topher Grace had never portrayed him in that way, and it was just Tom Hardy's, I would have been Venom all the way. But the Topher Grace thing it's an F compared to a B plus, A- sort of thing. You know what I mean?
Yep, totally. Matt, you go.
I really do like both Tom Hardy Venom movies. I was surprised at how much I liked them both because I waited a long time to see Venom. But Ant-Man, I love Paul Rudd as Scott Lang. I think it is near perfect casting. Actually, no, it is perfect casting. He brings so much joy whenever he's on screen for me. I have the movie poster framed for the first Ant-Man in my room. I love Ant-Man and the Wasp as well. I've only seen Quantumania once, so I might need to be watching once or twice before I can give an honest opinion about that. But so based on all that, I'm going to give it to Ant-Man just because I love Paul Rudd. He's a treasure.
Ant-Man. Yeah, he is a treasure. Yeah, Paul Rudd. Hell yeah.
We got Hawkeye and Killmonger.
Interesting. Okay. And it'll be me first this time. And so it's interesting because I think that each of these characters have had one entry where they're really well written. I'm a defender of the Hawkeye series. I think that's
I love that series.
Yeah, same here. And I think that it gets unfairly either forgotten or some people trash it a little bit.
Agreed.
But I think that it's really, really good. I remember just watching them, this is so well written, just the way that's done, the lines and just I like Haley Steinfeld in it. I think she's good. So I'm not super thrilled about Echo, but I mean it is what it is. We're gonna have an Echo series, I guess. But and then also you got Michael B. Jordan playing Killmonger, and that's an amazing character too. I kind of wish they would have maybe brought found a way to bring his character back maybe for the Wakanda Forever, but it's fine. I mean, I'm okay with what they did.
Yeah, I was gonna say they did, didn't they?
Yeah, but
him in
I thought maybe they would like find a way to like just do it. Like I don't know, it's comic book stuff, but just because of the death of Chadwick Boseman and all that. But yeah, this one is really tough. But I think I'm gonna give the slight edge to Hawkeye. Like I actually really like that character. I'm a Jeremy Renner fan, and yeah, I'll give it to Hawkeye. But Ryan, what do you say?
Hawkeye. And it's immediate for me, not mainly more because going basically off MCU, we've had more of a longer exposure with Hawkeye. I mean, I get it. Some people would want to say, "Oh, Mike B. Jordan, he was fantastic in Black Panther." Don't get me wrong; it's definitely a great standout in that film. To me, his character was simply a one arc, one movie character. I did not need to see him in any further sequels. At least, like as a like being brought back from the dead or anything. He made his point in that first film, and I like in Wakanda Forever. They show the consequences and the ramifications of what he did. Yes, he made T'Challa realize that they can't keep their secret to the world. He reveals it. Guess what? Now Wakanda has to deal with it. And also, internally, they're dealing with the fact that Killmonger took over the throne, and most of the tribes in there are kind of split within each other. Not into a civil war, but when it comes with loyalty and when it comes with holding the past together. That's why I like that scene in Wakanda Forever when Shuri goes, she's confronted by Killmonger. Because Killmonger is the one who will tell it straight to her and also cut through her bullshit that she has been building that wall around herself in Wakanda Forever. But beyond that, it's still Hawkeye because throughout in the Avengers films, I like in Avengers Age of Ultron, Clint is questioning his place in this team. Because you got Iron Man, Thor, Bruce when he becomes Hulk, you have Cap. He's questioning why is he there? Do they even need me? And you do see that later on he does end up being very essential, not to the main team but to Wanda. He becomes a very stable figure for her. And then of course with the series, you do see that his actions that he did in Endgame kind of come back to haunt him. And I like the fact with Kate, you do see someone who sees him as an idol, where I love that scene when they're in the diner where Clint's just more of like, I don't see myself as a hero. I was trained to be a weapon, to be a tool. And that's the mindset he's had his entire life. So when Kate comes in and says, no, you are a hero, I like that he gets a new lease on who he's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm, exactly.
So I definitely will take that Hawkeye. And trust me, I've had debates with a friend in the Discord group regarding Killmonger's point of view, whether he's right or wrong. We clash that he's kind of right, but we always clash on how he approached it.
Yeah. Well,
but his episodes in What If, that is fantastic. That's the kind of Killmonger you kind of want to see in What If.
Yeah, right. And I think every Christmas time too, I'm gonna go back and watch Hawkeye because it's Christmas theme. So yeah, but Madeeh, what do you say?
I'm going Killmonger for sure. For me, he's still the best villain Marvel's had, or rather the MCU has had. I give him the edge over Thanos and Loki. Hawkeye for me, he's fine. I've like, to be honest, the series, I forgot about it, and like you guys bringing up the scene in the diner, I was like, oh yeah, that did happen, but it's not something that's stuck in my brain. And it only came out like a year ago or something like that.
2 years. 2 years ago, I believe 2021.
About that. Yeah.
Okay. Either way, like it was in my memory, and the only thing I remember is that I didn't like Kingpin in it, and like some of the people who were in it, like it wasn't as memorable to me. And then even his like movie appearances, first one Avengers movie, he was like, come on, he was brainwashed for most of it. Second one, you were kind of expecting him to die, and then they pulled the rug out from under us. Third one, he wasn't in, and then the fourth one, he had a decent character arc, but again, it wasn't anything that was fully compelling to me. Like he's never had that moment for me where I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, like Hawkeye's that guy. Like it's always just been, all right, yeah, he's a good fighter, he can do this, he makes a couple of jokes here and there, but he's not really anything special to me. Killmonger in the first Black Panther movie is phenomenal. Ryan mentioned the What If episodes that he's in. Again, phenomenal. And the scene that he does have with Shuri in Black Panther Wakanda Forever, again, he's fantastic. So that's 3 appearances he's had. All 3 of them are memorable to me. That's an easy win.
Yeah, and apparently with the Kingpin stuff, that like he might be the new big bad. I guess maybe going forward. I don't know. Like for the
Who
whole
knows, man?
like
Marvel's doing what they
overall,
want to do at
maybe?
this point.
Well,
Yeah, right.
However he's portrayed in Echo, we'll see where that goes, and then if he ever shows up in the Daredevil show.
Yeah, right. But
yeah,
Soda, what do you say?
I really love Michael B. Jordan as Killmonger. I agree, he's a really great villain, but I'm gonna go with Hawkeye because I like what he's become, and he's become the father figure of the Avengers. You know what I mean? Like once they introduced his family in Age of Ultron, that aspect of his character just made me love him even more. And then to see him continue that with, like you said, with Wanda, and then especially with Kate Bishop in the Hawkeye series, I like it, and I like Jeremy Renner. I think he's charming in that role. So yeah, I'm gonna give it with Hawkeye.
Yeah,
he's recovered now, right, Jeremy Renner?
He's doing pretty good.
I think he's able to. He's in physical therapy, I believe.
He last I saw, like he was with a cane.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So that's cool that he survived all of that.
Yeah,
that's pretty crazy
when he was
stuff. What happened to
on,
him.
if you go on YouTube and look up him on Jimmy Kimmel, he actually goes into detail, and it's actually pretty horrific.
Yeah.
Like he's lucky to be alive.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
But, but Jacob, who you got?
Yeah, Jeremy Renner is a real life superhero, so I'm gonna go with Hawkeye.
Yep, exactly. Sounds good. Let's see what we got.
We got Scarlet Witch and Spider-Man. This time we got
Yo!
Miles Morales.
You bumped it!
Oh, that is that's another low blow. That's another low blow. God damn it.
Yeah.
All right, Ryan, you go first.
Yep, you'll be first.
Oh, god damn it. Oh.
Make a decision now.
Ryan, you want to switch spots? I already got this.
No, I'll make a choice. I'm not gonna keep dragging this shit out. Okay. I'm gonna go with Miles. I love what Elizabeth Olsen was able to do with Scarlet Witch in MCU. WandaVision's still like one of those good MCU TV shows I will actively rewatch because of how well they play on genre, on TV tropes. I kind of wish some episodes were longer, but beyond that, Elizabeth Olsen, she came in, she really wanted to really do well with this character. From her introduction to Age of Ultron, you do see that she was really trying hard with the accent. And then, of course, when people were mocking her for it, she decides to lean back on it in later films.
Hey.
Oh, we have a wild JPO.
Wild JPO has appeared.
I am Malcolm in his second incarnation.
Yeah.
But continuing on through, despite everything Elizabeth has done for the character, she's Scarlet Witch has always been kind of where you don't. It's really hard to nail her on screen because so many people, kind of like with Jean Grey, they only know her through 1 or 2 storylines, and unfortunately, it's that stupid House of M storyline that everyone wants to see on live screen, where we're like, it's never going to happen because Marvel does not have. Because even now, when they have the X-Men, it's still not going to happen because now Elizabeth Olsen does not want to come back for the role. She's kind of moved on, but. Despite all that, I'm picking Miles because that first Into the Spider-Verse film, I got, not only did it give the kind of Spider-Man I wanted to see on screen, but it tells a very great story of Spider-Man to where it's not about it doesn't matter who you are. I love the idea that anyone can wear the mask. I like the idea that amongst all of these experienced Spider-Man that Miles is amongst, he's still trying to struggle and find himself, who he is as a character. This is more of a coming of age of him becoming Spider-Man, not living up to the legacy of Spider-Man, which is one of the things I loved that Across the Spider-Verse is doing, that it did. It's meta commentary on the legacy of Spider-Man and what Spider-Man means. And how Miles is portrayed in both those films easily tops anything I've seen from the Holland Spider-Man films. So Miles is my choice.
Yeah. Well, Madeeh, who you got?
Yeah, it's Miles. There has not been a bad portrayal of Miles in media at all. Period.
Even when Donald Glover voiced him, he was great.
It was like every single time. It's been fantastic. Like, and this all started with Donald Glover in Community wearing a Spider-Man shirt.
I know, right?
Like in a throwaway scene, and then everyone's like, "Oh, we want that." And now
I still want Michael Cera as Shaft. I think that should happen.
I know.
Hang on now. Hang on. But like there hasn't been a bad Miles Morales like at all, and his movies and his video game and probably today's video game are like so fantastic that like it's impossible not to pick him. Scarlet Witch. Okay, in the MCU, she's had like 7 out of 10 parts of her character arc, but the issue is they did the first 6, and then they skipped a couple and went to 10. Like there's a whole middle part that, and the logic in Doctor Strange: Multiverse of Madness is like out the window. The people didn't watch the TV show or know what was going on in the TV show, so they just kind of like said, yeah, she'll do it. And it makes no sense. Like there's zero logic towards the end of her character arc, which really brings it down for me. I like Elizabeth Olsen as an actress. I like her portrayal. The writing that she's had has been garbage, and I honestly feel sorry for her that she has had to put up with it. Miles hasn't had that issue. He's overtaken Peter Parker for me hand over fist. Like he's my Spider-Man, bar none.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sounds good. Soda, who you got?
I love Elizabeth Olsen, period. But it comes down to 2 words: Spider-Verse. Those movies are fucking amazing. The first one's in my top 100. Yeah, I gotta give it to Miles Morales just because those movies are just so good, and they made me love a character that I really knew nothing about. So,
is Spider-Verse 1 word or 2 words?
Well, it's got a hyphen.
Yeah, it's got a hyphen.
It's hyphenated to be 1 word.
I don't want to be that guy, but I was just like, I wasn't
It's hyphenated
grammatically.
Yeah, so technically it counts as 1 word.
I see when they write Spider-Verse, they don't even include the hyphen. They just write it as 1 word.
Honestly, I do that, but that's just because I don't want to click the
space
thing to get to the hyphen. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like it's
yeah. Well, Jacob, who you got?
Yeah, I too love Elizabeth Olsen as an actress, and I think this character of Scarlet Witch is good. But yeah, those first 2 Spider-Verse movies are just incredible. And if they can nail the 3rd one, this might be my favorite trilogy because I really love these first 2 movies, and the character of Miles Morales. So I'm gonna go with Miles.
Yeah, so I was trying to track down. I thought I had some of my House of M comic books handy, but I think they're out in like a box, so in my garage or something. But like to me, that's one of my favorite comic book runs like ever made. Like I think it's just so good, and there's so many spin-offs. Like that's what I love about stuff like that, or like Civil War, or like in the comics they just like created this huge world of like you get spin-offs of like what every character's up to, what every character's doing, and like they're all off on their own journeys, and like how it affects everything, and it's just really cool. And yeah, they weren't really able to do it fully because like the MCU and like X-Men, because the X-Men play a big part and stuff. They're kind of separate things, you know. But I mean, they tried to do some form of it. But I mean, and for as great as Elizabeth Olsen is as an actress, I think she's phenomenal. They just didn't really give her like the writing. I think that the WandaVision, I actually like that series. I thought that was pretty good. But then what they've done in the movies is just it's meh to me. But just compared to like the potential she has as an actress. But yeah, it's got to be Miles Morales for me. Instead of that, I'll just show this picture that I got when I met Shamik Moore. So there's a little thing of me and Shamik Moore right.
Nice.
It's kind of being blocked a little bit when I see it.
Yeah, I don't know if you can even see it with the glare, but But
there's the whole live on the top.
Yeah, the live counter on the top corner is like covering up your faces a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's all good.
oh, here, let me bring it down. There you go. Yeah, but anyways, and I've been playing through the game. It was actually the very last game I ever bought on a PS4 before I got a PS5. But when you load it up there, it'll just convert it over to a PS5 version. So that's cool. But and yeah, like it's got to be Miles Morales. I think that what they're doing with them is like some incredible stuff, and I appreciate the representation as like Black and Hispanic and that whole world, and yeah, just the writing in the movies and the animation style, and just like the way that Across the Spider-Verse ends, like makes me really pumped for the next one. And
Oh, yeah.
So yeah. So I got to go with Miles Morales. Yeah, but JPO, what do you think of this?
Hi, everybody. So run me through real quick. Are we judging based on like the movies, everything?
Whatever
like,
you want.
Whatever you know about the character. Yeah.
All right.
We're only including movie characters, but you can judge it however you want. So.
You can base it on their hair if you want.
Based on that ass, I gotta go with Miles because I
You do know he's never mind.
Pretty much.
I voted for Jessica Alba for a reason, bro.
Yeah,
right.
Her character in Honey was a superhero. That's weird. I kind of what everyone has said here. Like I like what Elizabeth's done with Scarlet. It's not a character I knew too much of actually before the movies, but I was a little underwhelmed with how like the TV show ended and the way they segued into the movie didn't totally track for me. Plus the movie was also just kind of okay too. And if that's her finale, that kind of sucks in a way. Miles, I think it's kind of unfair because kind of like people said, like we're in the middle of this great trilogy so far that like it's pretty damn good, and getting the games, there's not really any faults really for Miles so far actually at the moment. So yeah, I'll go for Miles as well.
Yeah, so it'll be Miles Morales, clean sweep.
Next we got Red Skull and Wasp.
Interesting. Yeah.
Oh, I'm first. Oh,
yeah.
Red Skull, I guess. I do like Hugo Weaving's portrayal in the first movie, but I think that's more because Hugo Weaving's a fantastic actor. What they've done with him since is like, all right, whatever. But it's just in that one movie, I thought he was fantastically well done. Like he wasn't. He was a Nazi, but he wasn't like just like a broad spectrum Nazi. Just can I say it like that? I don't know. But like he wasn't just like an average Nazi, just like, oh, I hate this, that, and that. No, he had like some depth behind him and like some higher aspirations over what Hitler was doing and all that. So I really enjoyed the portrayal there. Wasp, Evangeline Lilly is good, but those movies are Paul Rudd's movies for a reason. I haven't really cared every time she's on screen. Like it's always just been, oh, she's there. And even her interactions with Scott, it's always just been like, all right, yeah, they're a fun couple, but they're not really anything beyond that for me.
Yeah, makes sense. Soda.
Yeah, Wasp. Like I like her, but she's not my favorite in those series. But Red Skull, I love Hugo Weaving's portrayal, and I really enjoy his role in the Ed Brubaker run of the Captain America comics. So I'm gonna go with Red Skull.
Yeah. Jacob, here you go.
Yeah, it's kind of a meh round for me. I think they're both fine characters. I'd probably lean more towards Red Skull, though. I think, yeah, Hugo Weaving's portrayal of him is really good. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. It's sort of like a meh round for me, especially for Wasp. Like that's a character I just like. They haven't done like anything that I care about with her character. It's just like oh, the Wasp is there. Okay, well, like whatever. Like it doesn't do anything for me. And like you could honestly like not be there, and like it'd be the like it wouldn't take away or really add anything to the movie. It's just kind of I don't know, like a neutral feeling on her. But And like I haven't really been a big fan of anything Evangeline Lilly's done outside of Lost. 'Cause I'm a huge Lost fan, and she was phenomenal in Lost. And then outside of like she did like Middle Earth stuff and this, and like I don't know, it hasn't really done anything for me.
Real Steel.
She's
Real Steel.
Yeah,
Real
yeah.
Steel's good.
No.
Yeah, she's from my neck of the woods.
She was in
The movie's good, but again, I don't care about her character in that. but the Red Skull, yeah, like I really like that character. I think that's a really cool character in it, and yeah, Hugo Weaving, and then you have Ross Marquand doing like a good impression, but that's all it is an impression, but
A convincing impression.
Yeah, right. Yeah, like he does amazing impressions. So yeah, but yeah, I'll give it to the Red Skull. Yeah, JPO.
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate because one of the things coming off of this Ant-Man trilogy we just got is I do feel people sadly got kind of rushed and swept under the rug because, like someone else said, like it's really Rudd's movies, and Wasp is certainly nothing wrong with her and a good, okay supporting actress, but like you don't really never get into the depths of her, and I think you could potentially in another time, like maybe tell it from her point of view sometime down the line. But yeah, so far what we've gotten from her, I'm like, yeah, I'm not really that attached to her. I'm not necessarily sure why they even get together, and then they're just two hot people, and it's what their characters are supposed to do. Her relationship with her mom is kind of rushed, so yeah, a little underwhelmed by her to a degree. Red Skull, I think, a good juicy villain here that we've seen also in other adaptations as well, and I still even think like there's more to be helmed from that. If we ever get it back to it at some point, so I'll say Red Skull.
Yeah, I guess Hugo Weaving does not want to play that character ever again.
No.
I mean, would you want to put that face on?
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Like,
you've heard that from Alan Cumming as Nightcrawler. Like, nah, fuck that. After the first movie.
Yeah, right.
No.
Yeah, but Tim Allen came back for the Santa Claus after he said he never wanted to go through that again. But
I think
Yeah,
Tim
well,
Allen
money
is
talks.
just
Nobody
that
else is
size
calling
now.
him.
yeah,
Money
right.
talks.
Yeah, right.
Disney
But,
calls you with that Disney paycheck. You go,
Yeah.
I can sit in the chair for a little bit.
yeah, sure. but
My
But
sitcom's
Ryan-
canceled on ABC. What else I got to do?
you said,
Oh, it's on me now.
yeah.
I mean, it's obviously going to Red Skull, and it's honestly, it's not that Wasp is a bad character. It's just the exposure we've seen in the films. Because I'll be honest, if I was more invested in the Wasp in that What If episode with the Marvel Zombies than I was.
Yeah.
We've seen
Yeah.
in a
Right?
trail. Yeah. In fact, we get a better, more motivation. We get a bit more emotional investment from her in that What If series than we've seen. Like, I get the whole point of the second one, the big focus on Janet, but the fact that Janet was seen as the top priority over more focused on maybe the dynamics. Because one thing I do like Ant-Man and the Wasp very well. Just one of the things the one criticism I can take from that movie was that they really didn't really hone in more on the whole betrayal of trust he did to Hope and Hank, instead of just, oh, we're pissed at you, so we only need you because you have a connection to our mom. I would have preferred more of better interactions with them whenever they were on screen together. And even then, like, even after the first one, they teased more with Hope going forward. Actually, the funny thing is, there was it's not only just her not just that What If episode with the zombies, but even her name drop in the other What If episode where all the Avengers are killed off. There was more investment with those two episodes than there was throughout the entire trilogy, which says something on how bad she's been fumbled.
Yeah.
And I'm talking
like
writing wise, not direction wise. But it's going to go to Red Skull because Hugo Weaving, despite what people might say about the Red Skull, he stands tall, even if he's being a little campy in that Captain America film, because that's the kind of villain he needed to be in that film. A little over the top, a bit of like a maniacal villain who's bent on world domination, not because it's him in the comics, but that's the kind of character he needs.
Comic book villain. That's how he's playing it.
Yeah.
not just that, but also it's a bit of a war film where it's supposed to be kind of like a bit of a satire on the whole pro-America involved in the military during World War II kind of thing. So you needed to have that very comic book but ultra satirical supervillain.
Yeah.
And he did a very good job with it.
Yep. So it'll be the Red Skull.
I feel like when you have a movie you have two movies called Ant-Man and the Wasp, and you don't care about the second half of the title. You know what I mean? Like, it's just...
Yeah.
I'm listening to
Yeah,
you, D,
you don't
but
care.
now this pair up is just pissing me
I
off.
know. Yeah,
Yeah, I know.
This
I know.
oh.
I tried to distract you, my guy. I'm sorry.
Oh, now we're cooking. Shit.
Yeah, so this time it'll be Matt first. So
Oh, crapola.
yeah. Frick.
Fuck off. Oh, god damn. You know what? I love J. Jonah Jameson's, or sorry, what's his nuts portrayal is J. Jonah Jameson's.
J.K. Simmons. Yeah.
Thank you. But and I love the fact that he's basically going to be that character through everything now. It's awesome.
Yeah.
But just Magneto as a character is such a fascinating character, and the two different portrayals of him on screen are both, they're like 1A 1B, right? Like one day one can be better than the other because they're both done very well. And so I'm gonna give it to Magneto.
Yeah. Jacob.
There's a reason they keep casting J.K. Simmons as J. Jonah Jameson because he just rocks it. I'm going J. Jonah Jameson. I just like the character more. I think he's more fun.
Yeah. Yeah, this is like a brutal matchup just because, like, by all accounts, I think on paper, like, Magneto is a better character overall, but just the way J.K. Simmons portrays that character, it's just, yeah, he is that character, and like nobody else, like, in my mind, could like live up to that. I mean, like, someone else could play it, sure, but
animated version, honestly, that was my J before J.K. popped in.
Yeah, the animated version is great too.
Yeah.
I'll give it that. Yeah, but yeah, like Magneto is the X-Men villain slash like anti-villain, kind of like he kind of plays a little bit of both sides. He's more of a villain, but I mean, he's friends with Xavier, and they have their moments when they team up sometimes, and yeah, like, and you have two phenomenal actors like I've already met Patrick Stewart, and like one of my like bucket lists before I die, I got to meet Sir Ian McKellen because they're best friends, and I just want to meet the other half of that friendship. But I don't know if it'll ever happen. He's getting pretty old, but and then Michael Fassbender is great too, and yeah, even in the animated series, it was really good. So I got to give it to Magneto. Yeah, JPO.
Oh man, this one hurts me because I love both of these characters, and obviously in different ways here. You mentioned the Spider-Man, animation cartoon, of course, is the original thing that comes to my mind. But then perfectly casted. I mean, you look at those side by side photos of J.K. next to it. It's like, damn, like this it was meant to be. And I swear, I was one of the people that I'm sure I wasn't alone. That was like, listen, you can recast Spidey, the love interest, the friends. Don't recast J. Jonah. I don't know if you can. And so when it Far From Home, when he popped up at the end, oh my god, I popped so hard because I was like, yes, I've been saying that for years.
He's
like
even him in the video game.
Pull the Lion King. That's what I'm saying. Like pull the Lion King, where it's like, well, we can't recast fucking Mufasa, can we? Yes, that was perfect. So I'm so excited. I hope they do more with him in the future too. I want more than just like little TV vignettes, but but Magneto, man, that's such a tragic yet totally understandable character here. He's that perfect opposite of Professor X, who's like, hey, we got to band together. And Magneto's like, hey, I've seen the darkness. Like, I don't totally trust it here. You get glimpses of it in that first X-Men movie. You really get a good glimpse of it in First Class as well with Fassbender. Oh, man, they're both great characters here. I mean, if I just got to go with the overall importance, though, I got to go Magneto here.
Yeah. It's a brutal matchup, but Ryan, what do you say?
Mine's to Magneto. And this is I'm gonna draw a little bit on some of the things with I mentioned before when it came with the division between Killmonger and Hawkeye, how I'm always in constant discord arguments with someone regarding Killmonger. Killmonger in the Black Panther universe, in the Black Panther comics, is kind of pretty much like my thing with Magneto. I'm 100% sympathetic to this man. I understand what he's fighting for, but ultimately in the way it's also how he approaches it. But he's kind of like, but Magneto is not someone who is too unredeemable, no matter how many times the comics wants to portray him. You ultimately do see is like, if you're faced in a world of bigotry, people who are never going to accept you the way they are. You might as well just take that ugly nature you see out there and reflect it back on them, which is kind of what I see as Magneto. So my vote is directly towards him. And no offense, yeah, J. Jonah, fantastic. J.K. did a great job taking what J. Jonah Jameson is. He's pretty much just a caricature of journalism, of newspaper journalists like William Randolph Hearst, who are all about the big headlines, yellow journalism, trying to instill fear amongst the people. My only downside with it was that despite you see him portray him that way, his character role in his character in Spider-Man 2 and in the when I get older, I kind of like the way he was I liked his portrayal in Spider-Man 2 and in the animated show where you're seeing more of underneath J. Jonah Jameson. He's not the way he is to his coworkers. He is a man of principle and honor. It's just for some reason he can never explain why he hates Spider-Man so much. I like that dichotomy there. But with Magneto, Fassbender and McKellen really do a damn good job. Like, they really set a high bar on whoever takes over the role next.
Yep. Agree. Madeeh, who you got?
Yeah, I'm going with Magneto as well, because even in the bad movies that the X-Men franchise has had, he's been phenomenal.
He's still stealing.
He's still good.
Which one was it? Was it in Apocalypse where like his family dies?
I was just thinking the same scene. Yeah,
like just gut wrenching. And then you go to Dark Phoenix, and he's still putting in work, even though the script is terrible. He's making it like seem like, all right, maybe there is something here.
Yeah.
And then obviously Sir Ian McKellen is one of the great actors, and him in X-Men 2 is fantastic. The X-Men 3, even though it's a terrible movie, there's really good moments with him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's never a moment where I'm not compelled by a Magneto portrayal. J. Jonah Jameson is... I think he's more iconic because it's J.K. Simmons doing him. If we're being honest, like, if it wasn't him, then I think we wouldn't care as much. Like, it's just like, all right, yeah, it's a fun role, but it's not top tier. I think it's more the like the actor and his portrayal. Also, I kind of wanted to see Ice Cube play him in the new universe, but I also get that they had
that would have been funny.
Like see,
just like
like
JPO said, want to see Michael Cera play Saft. I will see Ice Cube as J. Jonah Jameson every time.
I knew it wasn't going to happen. I was like, there's no way they don't get J.K. Simmons back. Like when they were like rumoring it, and I was like, there's no way. But I really hope it's Ice Cube, just because I think that would be absolutely
21
hilarious.
Jump Street it. Yeah.
Like just a PG version of 21 Jump Street, and it would still be funny. But no, it's Magneto for sure. Like he's the best Marvel villain, like in the overarching scheme of Marvel, or however you want to describe him. Like if you don't want to call him a villain, but he's fantastic.
Yep. Well, it's got to be Magneto. Clean sweep. Funny enough.
We got Shuri and Cyclops.
Ooh,
okay.
Interesting.
That's an interesting pairing. It really is.
It is. And I think it's Jacob first.
It is, and this is a matchup again where I'm like, oh, okay, because I I like Shuri and I like where they went in Wakanda Forever, but I'm still I still don't know how I feel. Like I want to see her like in like a full movie as Black Panther to see how she is. Cyclops, I think is a really good X-Men character. But I think just based off my level of curiosity to where they're going with the character moving forward, I'm going to go with Shuri.
Yeah. So, like, I really like both these characters. I mean, and I feel like for Cyclops, they probably did him best in the comics, honestly. I mean, or in the animated series, like the original one from the 90s. in the Fox universe, they kind of did him dirty. Like they just didn't treat his character with very much respect. They kind of made him like a wuss and just they killed him off like unexpectedly out of nowhere. Like he's supposed to be the leader. He's the leader of the freaking X-Men. He's got the wisdom. He's got
I still say that had more to do with him being in Superman Returns at the same time.
Yeah,
yeah.
It might have, yeah, but
that happened. Yeah.
Yeah, and
that's why he killed in the beginning of Last Stand. He had to go shoot Bryan Singer.
Yeah, and and even in like what they did in like the First Class like universe of it all too was not that great either. I just didn't really like what they did with them. But I can still keep in mind that animated series and the comics. But Shuri is a great character, and Letitia Wright is just so good, and I love that they make her the smartest person in the MCU, and it just really works. And yeah, like I would like to see it kind of like Jacob said, like maybe see her in a full on Black Panther movie to just see what she can really do. But yeah. I mean, I'll still give it to Shuri here. Yeah. And GPO.
Yeah, a little closer than I thought it might be on paper, but I like what we've seen from Shuri in the films. You know, we've only got 2 major appearances from her. I thought the actress did really good in the emotional scenes in the second one as well. I look forward to seeing more of that character, but I don't know, maybe just because of nostalgia, because we've seen more and I know more of comics and everything, I'm leaning towards Cyclops here. I'm a big X-Men guy, so maybe it's like an unfair advantage he has, but I'm going to go with Cyclops.
Yeah. Ryan, what do you say?
Yeah, this is actually a little closer because I'm not only looking at the films, I'm also looking at everything else. And like you having that little thumbnail at the bottom, there's more portrayals of Cyclops in the animated than there is in. I mean, there's been better portrayals of Cyclops in animated over than his live action portrayals, and it makes it a hard choice here. I like Scott's turn in both in the 3 X-Men animated films. I mean, X-Men series, the 90s X-Men Evolution. He was a teenager trying to become a leader, and then in Wolverine and the X-Men, to where he's a disheveled leader, but he's still in the fight. Those give you like 3 good different portrayals of Scott Summers that the live action films really do fail to show you, and it's mainly because I think everyone just looks at him like very simple, like, oh, he shoots laser beams out of his eyes. Like people are just looking at the one-dimensional aspect. Well, the 2 sides. He shoots laser beams out of his eyes, and he's Jean Grey's boyfriend, which he ends up getting cucked in a relationship with Wolverine.
Yeah.
At least in the animated shows, they do show that there is more complexity to his character. He's having a hard time being burdened with leadership, and with all these expectations put upon him. Even in the 90s when they introduced oh my god, what's his father's name when he's the Galaxy Bandit, the Starjammers, I think. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Starjammers.
Okay, yeah.
When they introduce that and show Cyclops' backstory, that puts so much more like into how tragic a character Scott is. As much as I do love what they're doing with Shuri in the films, and she was the smart choice to be given the mantle next, I do love her journey in Wakanda Forever. Unfortunately, I don't know much about her outside the film, so by the margins, I'm going with Cyclops.
Yeah. Sounds good. Madeeh, what do you got?
Yeah, they've kind of done Cyclops dirty in the movies so far. Like in the originals, they kind of focus more on Hugh Jackman and Wolverine and Rogue in the first one, and then after that, they just kind of had him on the sideline. And then in the second iteration, it was, we're going to focus on Mystique, and we're going to focus on Jean Grey, and we're going to focus on everyone else, but not really Cyclops again. So he just got sidelined like in 2 different iterations, which is wild.
Yeah.
Animation side though, he's great. Comic side, he's fantastic. There's a reason there's so many Cyclops fans out there, and it's because of like his portrayal in the comics and TV shows. So nothing against Shuri, but I'm going with Cyclops.
Yeah, and I feel like if they would have done Cyclops right in the the movies, we would have maybe been like seeing like standalone Cyclops movies and
Mhm.
that kind of thing, you know. So
Possibly, yeah.
yeah. So but Soda, what do you say?
Yeah, no, I'm in the same camp as everyone where they really did dirty with Cyclops in those movies. But outside of that, though, I got to give it to Cyclops because I like Ryan. I don't really know much about Shuri outside of the movies, and I think Letitia Wright's great. And I love her character in those movies. But Cyclops is the leader of the X-Men. He's at one point the heart and soul of the X-Men, and I really, really liked him in the Avengers versus X-Men comic. I thought that was a
Oh yeah,
really good arc for him.
that was good. Yeah,
So yeah, I'm gonna give it
I'm
to
sitting in my
Cyclops.
drawer over here, but
Yeah.
yeah. So it'll be Cyclops. Yeah.
All right, then we got Yondu
Oh.
and Iron Man.
Okay.
I feel like more of an emotional pull.
Yeah.
Jordan, you go first.
You first. Yeah. Like I really like Michael Rooker, like his portrayal. I had a little snafu, like when I went to a comic convention, we realized that we booked a couple a celebrity like meet and greet, like the photos and so at the same time. And I was supposed to go meet Michael Rooker, but then it was at the same time where we were going to meet Christopher Lloyd, and so we had to make a decision, and we went and met Christopher Lloyd, and but we did go to Michael Rooker's panel, and that was freaking awesome because he comes out in the crowd and he just has a lot of energy, and he's just like walking around asking people like these rapid fire questions. Everyone's kind of mobbing him, but he loves it though. Like he kind of does it on purpose, and it's fun. But and in the movies, like he's really really good. Like he's the best part of Guardians 2. Like I think that that's a really strong character. But I mean, like they really did Iron Man right. Like we just talked about a character they did dirty, but this is a character they got completely and like totally right in my mind. Like I just think that they did like almost everything like that they could to just like respect the character. And since they sold off Spider-Man, they needed someone to put at the forefront of the whole MCU, and it's kind of Captain America also, but because he kind of is like the leader of the Avengers in a lot of the comics. But I mean, but Iron Man, they did great, and Robert Downey Jr. like man, like before he came to the MCU, a lot of people forgot how phenomenal of an actor that he actually is. I mean, he had some other good stuff out there, but
Chaplin for the win, yo.
yeah, but I mean, yeah, like it was just so good from like beginning to end. I don't think that there's one single performance from Robert Downey Jr. as that character that like I didn't like, and I wasn't like just loving every second of it. And then yeah, and then he had his own animated series. He like he's in multiple animated series, and like he's always good. Like when MCU first started, I'm kind of like, oh, they're gonna give it to this kind of like secondary character, but no. The more you think about it, like he's sort of a secondary character in some animated stuff, but not always though. So yeah, I'll go with Iron Man. JPO.
Yeah, I was just going through my clothing last night to see what I'm bringing to my new trip, and I'm definitely keeping my Mary Poppins T-shirt. Just saw that last night. Definitely, I will be bringing that to another state. So yeah, I like Yondu. I do kind of feel they kind of course corrected him a little bit from that first movie to the second movie. I always kind of feel like I don't know if that was always the thought, because I kind of feel like he's a little more trashy in that first one. Then he's kind of just a nice kind of father figure in the second. But yeah, I think it's fun, man. A lot of love for Michael Rooker too as that character. But yeah, man, as far as especially movies wise, which is where I'm kind of for here mostly about on this round. Iron Man did great, man. Fantastic origin story, showing you how that character grew and all the way to the very end, literally the end of his life. I mean, the way he kind of grew as a person with Pepper, with the daughter, just himself, the performance by RDJ. I mean, and then also the importance. We don't have MCU. We're probably not talking on this show if it's not for this movie working, and that's a big part of the character. So Iron Man.
Yeah. Well, Ryan, what do you say?
Pretty much mirror a lot of what JPO is saying. I mean, honestly, you'd probably be still doing a version of this if the MCU didn't get off the ground like they wanted to. If Iron Man wasn't as successful, but as before, and you've also mentioned before, our Robert Downey Jr. puts his heart. He puts everything into that performance in that first film, in order to really bring things forward. And he does a great job with Tony Stark. I mean, sure, he's building his character as more of an asshole, but then, of course, in the middle of that film, I do love that when he makes that turn from he's still a swarmy jackass and an asshole, but now it's more of like, oh no, he literally is somebody who's realized what I have created is hurting people, and I need to make right. And one thing, I was actually maybe one of the few people. I was in the minority of the fandom that was aware that there was a '90s Iron Man animated show.
Yeah,
I mean,
Mm-hmm.
some people are now finding it because of those little clips of the theme. Does
it get better? I don't remember liking it.
It
was a
wasn't
short
that good,
series,
to be honest.
honestly. It didn't get off the ground as much as Spider-Man.
Yeah, I'd only ever heard of it.
Well, I remember buying it because it came out on DVD, and I'm like, hell yeah! Because I mean, X-Men, Spider-Man, Batman. Like, if you're a '90s kid watching television, you're the luckiest kid alive. No one has touched those 3 shows then.
Oh, totally.
And
awesome.
the Iron Man, I did not feel like fit in that category.
It didn't though. But I liked how, like, even in those '90s animated series, they were really trying to branch out a universe, because they do tease in Spider-Man the introduction of Iron Man through my first introduction of War Machine, which was James Rhodes in the Spider-Man animated series. So when we met Iron Man, I was like, So I was definitely interested in watching that show, and I think I do remember there was there's 2 other animated Iron Man shows. One where it's a young Tony Stark, and then there was another one I think was meant to be.
It's like cell shaded, or it's animated differently too.
Yeah, it's cell shaded. It's meant to have some tie into the MCU, but I mean, not tying the MCU, but it's borrowing a little bit off of the MCU. Oh, I can't remember what it's called.
I think it came out in like 2010 or 11 or something, right?
Yes, it was around that time.
I don't remember this.
Like right at the height of like when MCU was starting to become popular. They're like, oh, let's make an Iron Man show, and it was like,
And then they tried to do the same thing when they were trying to do anime, because there was an X-Men anime, and then they did an Iron Man anime.
Oh, I know the one you're talking about.
But beyond moving all that, those different experiments with Iron Man, he's the template of the MCU, and you can definitely see how huge of a hole he's left, and how hard Disney and Marvel is trying to fill that hole. I think that's their biggest problem. They're trying to fill in the gaps. They should be focusing on really creating more characters to endear with us. But you know us as a culture, as a fandom, we're like, who's going to be this? Who's going to be this new character? Who's going to take their place? Where it's questions like that's going to be answered. I spent so much on Iron Man, I didn't talk about Yondu. But I do like Yondu. I actually don't mind his 2 portrayals in those first 2 films. He comes off as the hard-edged asshole, the captain. He's pretty much meant to be very unlikable, so you like Peter more. But I do like towards the end of the film, you do see he's like, oh, he's got that soft spot for Peter, especially when you do rewatch both films back to back. That soft spot was always there, which is why it's kind of like he's being tough in front of the crew, but only to Kraglin, he knows that whenever Peter is involved, Yondu is always going to be easier on him, which led to his downfall in the second one, because he couldn't maintain that facade to the crew anymore.
Spoilers.
Sorry, buddy.
No, that's cool. But then I like in the end where it leads Yondu's sacrifice leads to Peter having that realization to where I don't need to know who my father is. I already had one. I just didn't see it. But it plays that human concept to where we really don't see the forest for the trees, or we don't know what's right in front of us. We just know what's behind us. But beyond all that, my vote's to Iron Man.
And they've been talking about some kind of Iron Man video game coming out soon, but it's EA, so I don't know if it's going to be anything worthwhile. But I'm kind of like,
I mean, you have to pay $20 for the game, and then another $20 to get the
dynamics, man. Yeah, right. Yeah, but Madeeh, what do you say here?
It's Iron Man, and just for the fans at home.
The best theme song.
I don't have anything else to say. You guys have pretty much said it all. Yondu's fine, but Iron Man was the beginning, and then he finished off Endgame for us too. Just a great character arc, just overall top to
He had
bottom.
his own snap.
Not a
Yep.
bad thing to do.
Yeah. Soda.
I mean, he's Mary Poppins, y'all. But I love him 3000. I got to go with Iron Man. Like Robert Downey, like that is Doctor Who. They call it a fixed point in time. Like that is you cannot do it without Robert Downey Jr. He is the linchpin. He's the one that made this a reality. Like everyone here has said, and his best portrayal. He was deserving of an Oscar nomination, in my opinion, for that movie. For
Endgame. Yeah.
Just so good. He is a really good actor. But my favorite role of his is obviously Tony Stark, but my favorite film of his is Chaplin. That I think people should really check out. But yeah, I got to go with Iron Man. I mean, he's a goat.
Yeah, Chaplin. Like I was really surprised. I watched that for your favorite movies, Soda, and that I was blown away. That was really good. Yeah, but yeah, it'll be Iron Man.
Yeah, I'll vote for Iron Man too.
Oh yeah, sorry. For some reason I thought you already voted, but
no, it's I can understand why you think that.
yeah, but
because we are over 2 hours and we're just now finishing the first side. So if we could pick it up a little bit, it's been a long day.
Maybe
I was gonna get some water while we were moving on to the next one.
There's a halftime.
Yeah, you need to go.
Right?
Well, I'm getting some
water.
If
you need to go take a pee break, you need to go get something to drink or something, you can go ahead. But just try to keep it to like 20-30 seconds a piece if we can. That'd be good so we don't go 5 hours.
Spend 2 minutes on each person.
Yeah. But yeah, looks like we got Captain Marvel and Baron Zemo. So and it'll be JPO first.
This is the most kind of like okay round. I'm not that attached to Baron, but kind of like Marvel's backstory, and we're gonna get a little bit more of it. I don't mind dipping more into it, so Marvel wins a little bit for me here.
Yeah. We'll go to Madeeh until Ryan comes back.
The only thing Zemo's done that was cool was his weird dance thing. Other than that, like, I could care less. Captain Marvel at least has a decent movie and hopefully another good movie coming out soon. And in the comics, she's pretty cool, so I'm going with Captain Marvel. And her What If with Thor was great.
Yeah, and also I'm a defender of the trailers for the Marvels. I mean, people crap all over those, but I kind of like weirdly dig them.
I'm definitely looking forward to that.
Yeah, same. But
like a month out.
Yeah.
I like that it's a shorter runtime.
Yeah,
that's nice too. Yeah.
But Matt, what do you say?
All right. So I know Baron Zemo is a legendary Captain America villain, but really I only know him from Civil War, and I really liked him in Civil War. However, I love me some Captain Marvel. I don't know why. I've loved her even before the movie. I don't know. There's just something about her. First time I bought Lego Marvel superheroes, that's the character I played the most for whatever reason.
Oh yeah, same here. I did that in that game too.
And I like Captain Marvel as a film, but I don't like it in the MCU, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to the Marvels. That's going to be an opening nighter for me. So yeah, I'm going to go with Captain Marvel for this.
Yeah. Go back to Ryan since you jumped off for a second. What do you think about Captain Marvel versus Baron Zemo?
That is definitely a difficult one. I don't. Damn.
Probably harder than you thought. I didn't think it would be hard, but the more I think about it,
that's what she said. Ah.
Ooh.
Okay. All right. I will. Okay. Here we go. Damn. These are like two characters who I personally think have been given the short end of the stick, basically on the audience reaction to them. But I'm gonna give my vote to Captain Marvel. Mostly, mainly because either in comic version, which honestly her comic history is even as more fucked up as people think it is. More of the comics are animated. Her character her character's always been seen as a very serious character, been treated as a person, not more of just someone. Like, she's Miss Marvel, and then she inherits the kind of Captain Marvel. She's always seen as someone who's kind of like the cosmic version of Captain America, although she's not as idealistic as Steve Rogers, though. But she's one of those characters who tries to uphold values. She tries to uphold her morality. But I think one of the things I enjoy about her character is when she struggles when she has that identity, like that. I don't know what it's called. That moral that choice between morality and then doing what's right. Baron Zemo.
You mean a moral dilemma?
Yes.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ. The moral dilemmas.
Yeah.
But moving on forward, I pick her over Zemo because with Zemo, outside of the Thunderbolts, and especially what Daniel Bruhl has done with him in his live action debut, he's kind of seen as just a simple one-note villain. So that's my choice, Captain Marvel.
Yeah. Jacob, what do you say?
Yeah, I think Baron Zemo is a decent villain in the movies. But yeah, I really do like that first Captain Marvel movie, and I'm looking forward to the Marvels. And she's a big reason for that. So I'm gonna go with Captain Marvel.
Yeah. So, guys, I haven't eaten anything yet today, for dinner, I guess. And I'm getting kind of hungry. So I'm also known as the snack hero. I got this candy bar. It's from the UK. I'm going to try it out, and I'll give you my thoughts on my next turn. But it's called Coffee Crisp. I've never had it. So I'm going to try it. And then,
okay.
That's also Canadian.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Never here in Canada.
Yeah.
And Rico, watch him vomit.
Yeah,
you
right.
guys have this brand of chips down there, Sun Chips?
Oh, yeah, we got Sun Chips, yeah.
You like Sun Chips? It's the thing they throw away in Munchies.
They're
really?
They're not,
this is the best part.
What?
I like them sporadically. It's nice deviation every once in a while.
Okay, but what about Captain Marvel versus Baron Zemo?
Yeah.
We're talking about Munchies, Jacob. Hold on.
Yeah, speaking of keeping it short, but I'm gonna go with Baron Zemo, just because my favorite MCU movie is Civil War, and I love that he's a calculating villain that just finds he doesn't do anything big and bombastic. He's not someone you go like toe to toe in a physical match, but like he can find ways to pit people against each other. I mean, he put Iron Man and Bucky essentially against each other because I think it was that he killed Iron Man's parents, maybe, or was it Bucky?
He killed my mom.
Yeah,
and his dad,
right.
but he doesn't care about that part.
Yeah. So and I also like when he shows up in Falcon and the Winter Soldier, and I think he's good in that too. And I don't really care all that much about Captain Marvel because I only know her from the movies, and I just I'll just say what Austin says. He thinks Brie Larson is just seems like an annoying human being, and like he's not a fan of hers. And I'm not that far off. She seems like that. I don't know her, so I'm not going to judge. But yeah, I'll go with Baron Zemo. JPO.
We started with me. I voted for Marvel.
Oh yeah. All right. Cool.
Captain Marvel's moving on. Up next, we've got Professor X going up against Valkyrie. And we start with Ryan.
Right.
You could.
I was still taking my thought. I was still delivering my thoughts. But it's Professor X. Just because when it comes to the X-Men, I mean, not only is he their mentor and at times leader, he is the reason that they are together. And I do love the fact that he is this not naive, but he is the idealist who believes that mankind and mutants can live together in harmony. I love the fact that he's able to bring the best out of so many of the characters that's a part of the team. It's Wolverine, it's Cyclops, it's Nightcrawler, Jean Grey, Colossus. And I do admit, and one thing I do like about him in the comics and what's shown in live action, he's not perfect. He doesn't win over everyone. I mean, no matter what our thoughts on The Last Stand was, at least both attempts at Dark Phoenix, I do appreciate the fact that they're trying to show that Xavier does make morally questionable decisions, and it ends up biting him in the ass. I love Valkyrie, but it does seem to me that Tessa Thompson's portrayal, I don't know, it doesn't stick with me outside of the few comedic moments she has. So I'm going with Professor X.
Yeah. Madeeh.
Yeah, nothing really against Tessa Thompson, but Valkyrie, just as a character, just seems like an alcoholic who's also funny and good at fighting.
Yeah.
There's not really much more to her at this point. Professor X, same thing I said with Magneto. Every iteration has been phenomenal. The only time I didn't enjoy his portrayal was in Dark Phoenix. And I think that was one where he was like, oh, I'm famous, so I can do this stuff. But other than that, it's Professor X. He's one of the greatest characters in Marvel history.
Yeah. Matt, what do you say?
I really enjoyed Tessa Thompson's Valkyrie. She's one of the highlights of those movies for sure. But I mean, Professor X, it's the same thing as with Magneto. I mean, two great performances, 1A, 1B. Who do you choose, right? Yeah, I got to give it to Professor X.
Yeah. Jacob.
Yeah, it's Professor X. This one's pretty easy. Nothing against Valkyrie, but Professor X.
Yeah. Yeah, guys, this coffee crisp is really good. I like the wafers. I like there's like coffee cream in it. It's like really, really good. So I'm glad that I got that. And I'm going to vote for this guy here because Patrick Stewart. That's when I was Gambit and I met him. So, yeah. I'll leave it at that. JPO.
Here's a photo of me and Tessa Thompson. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I will Photoshop that later, though, just for
yeah, right.
fantasies. No, I mean, as everyone else has said, I mean, no knock on Valkyrie. I love the actress. It's a fun B character, but that's all it is at the end of the day so far. Professor X is an all-timer. Again, like Magneto, the backstory, the performances, it's all there. So, yeah, Professor X.
Yeah.
Professor X is moving on.
Right.
Next, we've got Captain America going up against Groot.
Cute.
And we start with Madeeh.
Gosh damn it.
Yeah, it's Captain America. I like Groot, but I don't know why. I think when Baby Groot came around, I was just like, oh, that's it. Like it's cute, and then that's all he does. And every stage of him, I've been like, all right. The adult Groot I've liked. But other than that, I've just been like, all right, I'm not into it. Captain America has had a character arc. He's suffered arguably just as much as everyone else, having to be displaced through time. And Chris Evans is Captain America in real life too. Like it's phenomenal casting in terms of the way that he holds himself in real life as well as on screen. So, and Winter Soldier is one of the best comic book movies of all time. So. Captain America all the way.
I just noticed you threw in the 1994 movie Captain America in there.
Yeah, you know what? Malcolm's been having some fun with these cutouts.
Yeah, I saw that in a hotel room once. It's really weird. And when I saw it, I didn't know it existed. I'm like, what the hell is this?
I have a soft spot for that movie. I remember renting it on VHS as a kid.
Yeah, but Soto, what do you got?
Okay, so I do enjoy Groot. It's he's what it is, but Captain America is my favorite Marvel character because of Mr. Chris Evans himself and the entire Ed Brubaker run of Captain America once again. No, I just love him, and you can tell he's very valued and important and respected when in the JLA Avengers crossover they made him the point man.
Yeah.
He was the quarterback. So yeah, Captain America all the way.
Yeah. Jacob.
I am Groot. I am Steve Rogers,
Mhm.
and Steve Rogers is getting my vote.
Yeah.
Nothing against Groot. He's a fun character, but yeah, Captain America is just he's got some really great movies, and yeah, Chris Evans' portrayal of him is top notch.
I don't
Yeah.
think Groot has had a character arc. Now that I think about it,
He has.
No, but one of my favorite things from Guardians 3 is when it's just like, I love you guys at the end, because it just caught me off guard, and I'm like made me laugh. I'm like, oh yeah, he does talk, like, and say other words, or we just understand it that way.
That's what Gunn has said. That's when he
we
says
finally
that,
understand him.
Yeah,
that's us finally understanding Groot's language.
Oh, really? Is
Yeah.
yeah, because we spend enough time with him now that it's
That's
like
pretty cool. I did not know
yeah,
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what Gunn confirmed it. I think in an interview, or someone mentioned this on a Twitter post, and he responded and he goes, "No, when he says I love you guys, that's not him finally saying those words in English. That's us finally being acclimated to him, to his language. It's kind of one of the it's one of the undertones why." With Gamora, she keeps on being like, you keep saying I am Groot, and then at the end, you do see her have a conversation with him. So it's kind of like rewatching Guardians Volume 3. It's that
But
one
in Family
part.
Guy, does everyone hear Stewie, or just I know that's a
yeah, right.
That's just Dad Ryan with Seth.
Yeah.
You know, he just doesn't want. He just wants a joke.
Yeah, but I'm gonna vote for this guy here, Captain America. There he is. But I do have like the evolution of Groot too. I got the baby, the teenager, the adult. I don't have the king one yet, but yeah. So, but I'm voting Cap though. So GP.
Yeah, I mean, again, almost like last time, you got Groot, who's a top tier, like almost B level. I mean, he's obviously a center. He's a part of the group, but still, like, he's kind of a joke character, to not to be mean. You know what I mean? He's the tree that says one thing that as now a baby, because now that's fun. You know, and it's a lot of fun. But Captain America, again, even just from the movies here, I mean, it's a fun origin story of just that plucky kid with heart. You know what I mean? That doesn't know when to stay down and gets ripped from his his century. Lovely ending again in Endgame, and chew quieter, Jordan. And yeah, I'm gonna go with Captain America.
Sorry, my bad. But yeah, Ryan, were you first?
Well, this is definitely, once again, I mean, it's probably a sweep. It's definitely Captain America because of pretty much Chris Evans, the way he portrays that character. It definitely took. I loved his portrayal in his debut film. Did not like what Josh did with him in the Avengers, because clearly, like, looking back at it, Josh didn't like this character. And it's clear that he just pushed whatever he wanted on. He made him into a one-note character. Same in Age of Ultron, even though he was done better in his other films. Thoughts beyond that, just gonna put aside so we can keep moving.
He did slightly move the hammer in that one.
Yes, he did. Great job. Groot, I understand. I was one of the few minorities that hated Baby Groot, but once again, rewatching Volume 2, I do see with that character the frustration everyone has with Baby Groot, because he has that child mindset. When he starts finally developing, like maturing throughout that film, it starts to work. But like I said, with Groot, it's only on rewatches you start understanding the narrative tool for this character. But Captain America, that's my vote.
Yeah, so it'll be Cap.
Captain America's moving up. Next, we got Mystique and Power Man, Luke Cage.
Oh boy.
Oh, Luke Cage. Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's Power Man there.
Let me go to Soda first.
Yeah, so I never really watched the Netflix shows. And I like Mystique. I do like her in the first two movies of the First Class verse, until Jennifer Lawrence started phoning it in.
Yeah. Did not care.
So yeah, just based on that alone, just because I'm not overly familiar with her outside of the movies and stuff, I'm gonna have to give to Mystique.
Yeah. Jacob.
Yeah, I never watched the Luke Cage series either, so yeah, I mean, just by default, I'm gonna go with Mystique.
Yeah, it's sad when Rebecca Romaine, just like a supermodel for all intents and purposes. I mean, she does kind of act, but like way outdoes this character than Jennifer Lawrence. Like I don't know, like I way prefer Rebecca Romaine as the character, and um, I did watch Luke Cage, but to me it was kind of forgettable. Like it was good, but nothing like that great. So I'll give it to Mystique. JPO.
Yeah, unfortunately, I gotta share the sentiments of earlier. I haven't seen a hell of a lot of Luke Cage. I liked some of the stuff that they set up with Mystique in both universes, so I'm gonna go Mystique here as well.
Yeah, Ryan.
I might be one of the few on this panel that's actually watched the Luke Cage show. I watched the first season, never got a chance to watch the second season. I think because they made one creative decision in the first season that didn't sit well with me.
I already know which one it is.
Yeah, you definitely know which one that is. It didn't sit well with me to want to see a second season. Like if Luke Cage was just a one-off series, would have been fine with that. But beyond then, Mike Colter does a great job with Luke Cage. He, especially as someone with a bulletproof skin, well, impenetrable skin and superhuman strength. I like how you see him trying to go through the woes of wanting to help his neighborhood in Harlem, but then at the same time, he didn't want to, expose his powers. And then once he does, he's got to deal with the ups and downs of being this. I'll say it, this black Superman in a Harlem neighborhood. But I'm gonna go with Mystique on this one, mostly because how she's used in the narrative, how she's used in all the X-Men films. Yes, Jennifer Lawrence starts phoning it in afterwards, but even then, her role and importance is still like a narrative device in Apocalypse and in Dark Phoenix, even when Jennifer Lawrence has checked out. And Rebecca Romaine, despite she doesn't do a lot of vocal performances, some of the physicality that she shows in her performance in the first two X-Men films really stands out. It makes her memorable.
Yeah, and also like one of the comic book runs I really like Luke Cage in is there's a Deadpool run where he joins the Heroes for Hire and he's like really pissing off Luke Cage like the whole time. That's pretty great. If you ever read that one before, I'd recommend it. But Madeeh, what do you say here?
So I saw both seasons of Luke Cage. First half of season 1 is great. Then they make a choice and it kind of falls off. Second season's okay, but not to the same level as some of the other Netflix shows that they had. Even though the show wasn't as great, I'm still going with Luke Cage just because for Mystique, Jennifer Lawrence checking out really took me out of her performance and a good portion of those movies. Rebecca Romaine is good at the physical aspects of it, but other than that, never really was a character that I gave a shit about. Yeah, like at First Class and Days of Future Past, sure, but the rest of it kind of brings it down for me.
Yeah. Well, Jennifer Lawrence performance almost ruined Days of Future Past for me. Like this is bad. I don't know.
Oh, okay. This one's interesting.
Okay. We're on Rocket. So, and I think we go. Is it JPO first?
It's me.
Oh, it's you. Okay, I'm way off.
Yeah. And this one's tough. Might be the toughest one so far for me personally. Because after Guardians 3, like, man, Rocket Raccoon is like, I love that character, and just seeing his backstory was just really emotional. I'm so glad they decided to break that up, and that wasn't just like one long part of the movie. Because man, I couldn't have handled that. Black Widow, I like as a character. I feel like we got her movie about 5 years too late, but I still enjoy it. I still think it's good. Man, by the slightest margins, I'm gonna go with Rocket.
Yeah. I remember when I watched the Black Widow movie. I watched it with my brother and my dad. And I remember afterwards, I was like, "That was great. That was so good, wasn't it?" And they're like, "No, we didn't really like it that much." I'm like, "Oh, like we watching like two different movies or something?" Because I actually liked it, but I know a lot of people aren't that high on it. But I really like Florence Pugh to be specific. But yeah. I got to give it to Rocket here, like especially for Guardians 3, and also in the Christmas special when he gets a present of the arm. So, yeah, I'll go with Rocket. JPO.
Yeah, this is not too hard because I mean, sorry, Black Widow, I like you. You know, other rounds you might have had the W, but I mean, after that third movie, I mean, first Rocket's fun, great character in the first two. Now that emotional wallop in the third one here, what an arc for him in the end. I mean, I don't, at least for me, out of nowhere to a degree. They kind of set it up, but yeah, I definitely got to lean towards Rocket here. And yeah, they definitely did her solo movie way too late. Come on.
Yeah. Ryan.
I think just like what I think I want to say, I'm another in the minority that actually appreciates the Black Widow film. I do agree. We did get it very late, but I think the reason why we never got Black Widow from earlier is because of one, because of a fucking racist and pretty much sexist guy that was a part of Marvel during its early heydays. I'm not gonna say.
Yeah.
I won't say his name because it's just gonna mutter the situation even more. But my vote's also going to Rocket. Even if you did not, even if Gunn didn't show his backstory, Rocket was already on a true growth of his character after the second, after Volume 2 of Guardians, where you do see that he was dropping that tough guy act that he had been building, that he had throughout the first volume, especially how he was helping raise Groot. And then you add in those 5 years during the blip where he and Nebula developed this close bond, which is why that fucking thumbnail you have of him getting Bucky's arm works so well, because it's like a great emotional moment between two people who have grown close and developed this strong bond. And even then, his arc in him Volume 3, his seeing his past, seeing why he has that hard shell around him, why it's hard for him to let people in, and why he is so distrustful of people who are seen as gods, people high in power, because of how they treat those under him. And one thing I love, even though I see it's a tough, though Black Widow and Rocket, they have one commonality. They both come from backgrounds to where they were treated. They come from tragedy. Black Widow being a young girl abducted into a spy ring, having everything taken from her, include what euthanized is that's what's no castrated, being castrated.
Yeah.
And but even then, she still moves forward with her life, having this chosen family in the Avengers, reconnecting with her past, with her family in Russia, fake family, but still family. So I like the fact that both of these two were able to move on to better things, and still her sacrifice in Endgame, it's still a beautiful moment for her character. But my vote is for Rocket.
Yeah. Madeeh, what do you say?
I think I'm in the vast minority where I don't think I ever cared about Black Widow. When she died in Endgame, didn't really feel anything. Rocket, there's moments throughout the series so far that I've really enjoyed, and it's little things like him in the Groot series where he's looking at the picture that Groot made, and he puts his glasses on and everything. There's also the moment where he's trying to protect Groot when Thanos rains fire on the battlefield, and the first instinct is jump on top of Groot because he's not losing him again. Rocket's just a more emotional and more well fleshed out character for me. And again, the Black Widow movie came out way too late, and by that time, I was fully checked out of her character arc. I didn't care at all.
Yeah, makes sense. Matt, what do you say?
So I think the Black Widow movie myself is an underrated movie in the MCU. But yeah, I'm gonna give it to Groot because of everything you guys have said. And I remember watching the third one in the theaters and I was visually getting angry every time I saw what they were doing to Groot. I wanted to reach in the screen and beat the fucking shit out of that guy. The last time that's happened is watching Lord Tamington burn down the church and the Patriot.
Oh my god, Tavington, Jesus.
Oh, that son of a bitch. But yeah, no, Rocket, because he's the heart of the Guardians, and that's kind of what the third movie was about. Was, you know, there he has that family that loves him. He is the heart of the Guardians of the Galaxy. I'm giving it to Rocket Raccoon.
Yeah. So
All right,
Rocket.
We'll move on. Up next, we've got Storm taking on Ultron.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Interesting
Well,
fight
Jordan,
right
you're
there. Yeah. Storm and Ultron. So I really like Ultron as a character. I have a Pinocchio Ultron shirt that says they're on the strings on me, and it's actually like the Disney Pinocchio with Ultron's face. It's kind of creepy, but yeah, like they never really did Storm's character right in any of these movies either. Like, I mean, I don't know. Like it's slowly maybe got better as like the later X-Men series, but it wasn't really great. And Halle Berry has some dumb lines. I don't know. Dumb lines about
What happens
Toad
what happens to Toad when he gets struck by lightning? The same
Yeah,
thing
right.
everyone else.
Yep, exactly. Man, like they could have done so much more with that character that I don't know. I think I got to give it to Ultron. I think he's a great villain, and James Spader was like really menacing. So yeah, I'll give it to Ultron. JPO.
I'm not too far off, but I'm gonna give it a Storm personally. I think Ultron a little bit left to be desired in his main movie appearance here, and yeah, you want a little bit more from Storm, but I like Halle in that original trilogy a lot, and also there's some really good stuff between like Storm and Wolverine in the comics that I really like, so I'm gonna go with Storm.
Yeah. Ryan, what do you say?
I'm also going to go with Storm as well. I mean, look, both Ultron and Storm have much, much more character and lore in the comics, especially Ultron, seeing how much of a villain he is. It's kind of one of the reasons why his film portrayal, his live action debut in Age of Ultron is a bit of a disappointment in a way, because of not the way that he's nerfed, but because he honestly is second stage. When he's on screen, he is treated as the threat, but when he's gone, you honestly don't realize that this film is mainly supposed to be focused on building him as an ultra threat. Storm, on the other hand, she's not been portrayed well on either. She has not been utilized well through either Halle or Alexander Shipp. But I will still take Storm because Halle, despite what the lines she was given, she still treats Storm as a character, as someone who's meant for more than just being someone who controls the weather. It's one of the things I do appreciate with The Last Stand is that she does end up at the end of the film. She is kind of the leader of the X-Men moving forward. And of course, hearing from some of the news sites I've heard from what the writers were really trying to do, they were trying to trick Halle Berry.
Oh, yeah, that was bullshit.
Pissed me off so much. So I'm glad. So that's one of the things it makes me like The Last Stand a little better. The fact that she gets a happy ending instead of what they were trying to do to her.
Yeah, that was bullshit.
So my vote is the Storm.
Yeah, Madeeh, what do you say?
Yeah, Age of Ultron lasted, like the Age of Ultron in the movies lasted for about an hour. So when you call your movie The Age of Ultron and it lasts an hour, that's not really great. The trailer was better than the movie. And his What If episode is cool, but other than that, not really much going for Ultron. He's way more menacing in the comics than some of the animated shows. I liked her saying that line to Toad. I thought it was hilarious. I'm going with Storm. And her relationship with the other characters, like you kind of feel it more. Especially like with the Senator in the first movie, and then with the rest of the team in the later movies. She has more to do, and she's a better character. She just hasn't been fleshed out well.
That's why I hate it. Harold and Kumar escape from Guantanamo Bay. They escape in like 5 minutes. Don't call your movie that.
Yeah, like make the whole hour and a half them escaping, not like the first.
They are in and out of Guantanamo Bay in about 4.5 minutes.
Like they should have called it Avengers Hour 40 of Ultron.
Yeah.
the weekend of Ultron.
Yeah, make it more like Escape from Alcatraz or something, you know?
Yeah,
but
exactly.
yeah,
Or the coming of Ultron, you know.
yeah, but Soda, what do you say?
So I like the original Age of Ultron comic. The movie is whatever. It has its moments, but yeah, I'm gonna give it the Storm just because I love Halle Berry. Period. And I just think the character as a whole is a really good character. She's one of the leaders of the X-Men, and one of the things I'm really bummed out about is that we'll never see her and T'Challa get together in the MCU. I really wanted to see that, but it is what it is. But no, I'm going to give it to Storm.
Yeah, Jacob.
Yeah, I'm
there.
I'm gonna go with Storm as well. I think Ultron. Yeah, the movie was fine. I actually have liked it a little bit more upon these last couple of rewatches that I've done. But yeah, Storm's got one thing going for her, and that is Halle Berry. So Storm will be moving on.
All right, Storm it is. I'm kind of surprised by that
Next
one.
we got
hey,
Shang-Chi
right.
going up against the Punisher.
Okay.
We're back down to the bottom, so JPO is first.
Not the hardest choice, honestly.
It's hard, but again, maybe it's an unfair fight for me, as I kind of said before. The one movie we've gone so far, I enjoyed more than I actually thought I would, and I really like him as that character. But you're fighting against Punisher, somebody I've been a fan of for a long time that we've had different iterations of. You can see it right there on your screen, whether it's it's not about Lundgren, but Thomas Jane.
Wait, is that Dolph Lundgren at the end in the corner?
Dolph Lundgren top left, yeah, I believe, yeah.
Yeah, that is. That's the VHS cover.
Yeah.
And you got, of course, Bernthal, who I thought did great. I'm a big Bernthal fan. And even Stevenson brought something kind of different to the character. That's a wacky-ass movie. And Thomas Jane, I thought, did really good as well. I might have my problems with the movies, but I love the character. It is, unlike everyone else here, it is just a dude who's out for vengeance, and he's going to use some guns. Unlike everyone else that might have, like, no, we gotta save him, and Virtue, he's the opposite. He's kind of like an even darker Magneto, where it's like, no, the things that has happened to him has turned him to now this just vigilante that doesn't want to save or risk in jail. He wants to put an end to him. Whether you agree with that or not, it's still fascinating to watch. So Punisher.
Yeah, Ryan.
I mirror a lot from what JPO said. I mean, if this was Shang versus a different character that's only had one portrayal on screen, then this would be a tougher choice. But it's the Punisher. I've never seen what Dolph Lundgren does with the character, but you can bet your ass I'm a fan of all the other three that's there, from Thomas Jane, Ray Stevenson, and John Bernthal. I actually do like Punisher Warzone because I read an interview to where the director said she mainly shot this to be like a B movie, to be a little wacky. And I like how Ray Stevenson's Punisher, while he's very ultra violent, he is very grounded in this film. And I like the moments when he's vulnerable. I like I like him really showing the morality of his character. Like, he's not meant to be a madman vigilante. No, he has a code. It's just he's so consumed with vengeance that it's clouded his judgment. And also Bernthal does a great job with that as well in the first one and in both the first and second seasons, of a man trying to figure out what's his purpose other than just being a killer, someone who's just a weapon. So my vote's the Punisher.
Yeah.
I agree. Shang-Chi, I really loved the movie. I thought it was really well done. The ending has its issues. But there's not really a lot topping John Bernthal's portrayal, especially in Punisher Season 1 and Daredevil Season 2. He's fantastic. Thomas Jane does a pretty good job. Ray Stevenson, rest in peace, also does a really good job. Dolph Lundgren's is fine, but there's also more in the comics too of Punisher that I love in comparison. So although I love Shang-Chi, Punisher's the one.
Yep. Soda.
So I'm not that particularly well versed with these characters outside of the movies. So I'm gonna go down to this. I'm gonna go with Shang-Chi because I liked his movie more than I liked any of the Punisher films. And I unfortunately, like I said, I haven't watched the Netflix stuff. Well, I've watched a little bit, but unfortunately, I haven't seen John Bernthal's portrayal as the Punisher. So I got to go with Shang-Chi.
Yeah. Jacob.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I haven't seen the Netflix shows. There's something that I want to get to. I've heard good things about most of it. But yeah, I absolutely love Shang-Chi. I thought it was a really good movie. That bus scene alone, like,
So good.
I could go back and just rewatch that scene. I think the Punisher movies are fine. That first one I think is pretty good. But yeah, I love Shang-Chi. So for me, like, I also just have to go based on the movies, because that's what I know these characters from, and I just like the character of Shang-Chi in his movie a little bit more. So I'm gonna go with Shang-Chi.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not as high on Shang-Chi as a lot of people are. I like the first half a lot better than the second half, because especially near the end, it just becomes like a flying monster in the air with a bunch of like things you have to destroy, and then all the minions or like whatever. Just the same kind of ending we've seen in like 4 or 5 or 6 other Marvel movies. I'm just kind of like, it doesn't really like do that much more. But I do. I really like the stuff with Ben Kingsley and like Trevor and all that.
Oh yeah,
his character is great.
That's
His
great.
character is amazing.
Yeah, because
I didn't mind him in Iron Man 3, but they totally redeemed him in that movie.
yeah, they totally redeemed him, because I hated him in Iron Man 3, but in this one, they redeemed him. And as far as Shang-Chi goes, like, I just want to see a little more of him. I just haven't really seen enough of him, so I think the movie's fine. But yeah, the Punisher though is great. Like, it's really, really good. Yeah, also rest in peace, Ray Stevenson. If you haven't seen Ahsoka yet, his character and Ahsoka rules. He's so good. Yeah,
Loved every bit of it. Loved every bit.
Yeah,
Same
and yeah, I think John Bernthal, who I've also met, is probably the best Punisher. Like, he's just so brutal, and like the reason why we're going to get him back. I don't know when, but we'll get him back. But so yeah, I'll give it to the Punisher.
All right, 4-2 for the Punisher.
Right.
Next, we've got Deadpool going up against the Winter Soldier.
Oh no! Come on.
Fuck. Well,
yeah,
Ryan.
Yeah, we
Oh, we're starting off with me.
Yep.
Yeah.
Honestly, I might be the shock choice here. I'm going with the Winter Soldier.
Yeah.
Now, I do love Deadpool. I love his character. I like how he's been portrayed in comics and on TV, and mainly animated films, and what Ryan Reynolds has done with him. But it's at this point personally with me with Deadpool, it's kind of at this point where him being meta has kind of become unfortunately generally has pretty much, it's the one thing that's become his identity. Now, if people are familiar with him in the comics, they know he's definitely much more than that. He is so much more than that. Mm-hmm. But if you're going to base things just off his live action portrayal, and no offense, they do a good job with his tragic. He gets cancer, he gives up on life, he decides to go see if he gets cured of it, gets this treatment to where he can no longer show his face. Very tragic though. But then afterwards, once he's all being very meta and jokey, that does tend to be pretty much his whole identity. With Winter Soldier, on the other hand, oh my god, his character, this is literally one of Marvel's character that can operate in morally gray, but you still feel and sympathize for him. I even love what Sebastian Stan does with him on screen, not just in the films, but just those 2 standout portrayals in Civil War and in Falcon and Winter Soldier, where he's really struggling with his past and the things he's done. That's one of the reasons why Sebastian Stan is one of my favorite standouts from Falcon and Winter Soldier. It's one of the things I like to I watch when I rewatch that series. So Winter Soldier gets my vote.
Yeah. Madeeh, what do you say?
I'm going Deadpool. Even though Wolverine Origins exists, Deadpool, the 2016 movie, is phenomenal. even the second one, even though it wasn't as good, was still really fun to watch. I don't think there's a single comic of Deadpool that I've read that I haven't laughed out loud.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Wherever I've been.
Yep, same.
There's a really obscure Deadpool video game that came out. That's ridiculously hilarious.
Oh yeah,
I
forgot about that.
Yeah,
it's so dumb, but it's so funny at the same time. Like there's not enough good things I can say about that one. So yeah, I'm going Deadpool.
Yeah, Matt.
This is legit tough because I love the Winter Soldier as a character. Like I've said before, Ed Brubicker's run with Captain America, which a lot of it is Bucky as Winter Soldier, and Captain America actually. I gotta go with Deadpool though, just because he's so funny, he's so quotable, he's Canadian. I'm like you, man. I haven't read a comic of Deadpool that I haven't laughed out loud. One of my favorite panels is when he threatens the guy with a gun to say Jar Jar's abomination after he shot somebody for saying he wasn't so bad. Fucking hilarious. So yeah, no, I got to go with Deadpool, the Merc with the mouth.
Yeah,
I cannot wait for Deadpool 3.
Yeah, Jacob.
Well, Deadpool's asking us to vote for him, so I'm gonna vote for him.
Does it say that? Is that
what it does? It says, yeah, it says, "Hey, look, I'm in tournament fights. Hello, guys, vote for me."
This is one. If Winter Soldier had gone up against anyone else, I would have voted for him.
Yeah, I like the character of the Winter Soldier, but yeah, as far as like entertainment, like I gravitate more towards Deadpool. So
yeah.
Not just because he asked me to vote for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it was that easy.
Yeah, right. Man, yeah, this is probably the toughest matchup so far for me. Like because I love the Winter Soldier. I think he's such a phenomenal character, especially in Captain America. I don't know why I'm like spacing on the second one, but
the Winter Soldier.
The Winter Soldier. I should know because it's a character, but the movie's really good, and like I really like it's like an espionage type of movie. It's kind of when we're like really introduced to the Winter Soldier aspect of it, and if you watch one of our other shows, a tier ranker, I use like one of the like fight scenes from it, and because I love that fight scene where like Cap just throws his shield and then Bucky just catches it with like
that was in the trailer, wasn't it?
It was,
the rooftop chase. Yeah, the rooftop chase. Yeah.
Oh yeah, when he did that, it was like, oh.
Yeah, you're like, holy shit. Yeah, but yeah, like I'm a massive Deadpool fan. Deadpool are like hands down some of my favorite comics to read, especially like when he's interacting with Nick Fury and just really pissing him off and like just
Cap. Oh.
Yeah, all the Shield people too, Shield soldiers, and he's like giving them wedgies and doing all kinds of crazy, just weird antics, and it's just fun to have more humor because you don't always have like a ton of humor in like superhero comics, but it's fun to have that like that aspect of it, and yeah, like Deadpool, just an amazing character. Remember when I worked at a movie theater, I was the one that like made sure that they got the cardboard standee. That was the Christmas one where you can actually sit on Deadpool's lap and like take pictures with him. So
nice.
So yeah, I'm gonna vote Deadpool. JPO.
Yeah, not too hard for me. Again, love and respect of Winter Soldier, but man, Deadpool just rings out to me. I love the origin of how they got that movie made. You know, leaking out that test footage. Who did it? We'll never know.
You cannot tell me otherwise that Ryan Reynolds did not leak that fucking footage.
But Brian Reynolds did it. You know, not Ryan Reynolds. Brian Reynolds.
Right.
And like, no, I think the movie works. The credits are fucking awesome. It's a different kind of character that we still get in the main frame usually because you know it's obviously it's very R-rated. It's self-referential. It's different when we get in a normal outing, and I'm totally down for the third movie. Fucking Wolverine's back. Come on. So yeah, Deadpool is my winner here.
Yeah, and also like I'm still pretty nervous for the third Deadpool movie because why are they neutering Ryan Reynolds and not letting him improv? Like that is like the key to the character, making him great.
Well, they legally weren't allowed to for the moment, bro.
I think that was just the writer's strike. That was
I understand that, but it's like, is he going to be allowed to now that it's over?
Well, yeah.
Well, now the actors are on strike, so
it was never a director's like, nah, bro, calm your shit. It was you legally could not do it.
Okay,
or we
so I'm
would
just
get in
kind of like,
trouble.
if they have to have a movie with no improv, that's just like sucks. So yeah, so hopefully we get some. But anyways.
Not an ADR, maybe, because now they can also fuck with.
He's wearing the
ADR
mask
too.
the whole time. You can probably just say stuff and.
Yeah, a lot of people said that from the beginning. Like, don't forget ADR is a thing. So
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, we got Gamora and Nick Fury, and Madeeh is up first.
Is there another Nick Fury from like a Nick Fury movie? Was there a Nick Fury movie?
There was a Nick
one
David
Fury in the
Hasselhoff,
90s,
baby.
Yeah.
David Hasselhoff.
Right.
It's the Hoff.
Dang. Crazy.
I guess Nick Fury. Yeah, I guess Nick Fury. Gamora was more interesting before she died. Spoiler alert, I guess. Nick Fury, I like the fact that they hired Sam Jackson, and then the comics kind of were like,
adapted that.
yeah, like they changed it to from him looking like J. Jonah Jameson with an eye patch to him looking like Sam Jackson with an eye patch. So, and I think Nick Fury's been in better movies overall. Like I really like Winter Soldier, and like I said, the Guardians movies haven't been my favorite. So, yeah, Nick Fury.
Yeah. Matt, what do you say?
This is a battle of characters that are they don't necessarily move the needle for me. So just for the same reasons there, I'm gonna go with Nick Fury, just because he's been in better movies.
Jacob.
Yeah, honestly, this one could be a toss-up. I do like more and more, pre-Guardians 3. I don't like her character's fine in Volume 3, but Nick Fury, yeah, I mean I think he's been consistent across the whole MCU. I like Sam Jackson's portrayal of him, so I'll go with Nick Fury.
Yeah. Yeah, like Gamora, I mean, it's an okay character. I don't know why they put like Gamora coming back in all the Guardians 3 trailers. Like they should have saved that, I feel like maybe just like you don't find that out till you go see the movie. I don't know. But and like Nick Fury it's like one character where they completely changed the race of the character, and like most people, including myself, didn't even like bat an eye, didn't even blink. Like it's just totally fine and it works and it's great and we love it because it's Sam Jackson and he's awesome and
you tell him no.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm not gonna tell him no. Huh? Fuck you, motherfucker, or whatever he's gonna say. But
I'm just disappointed they didn't save the first F-bomb in the MCU for
him. Yeah. Wow, really well done in Guardians 3. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. But I think that Nick Fury is a great character from the comics to Sam Jackson. I don't know what they were doing with Secret Invasion though. I don't know what that show was even going on.
You can ignore Secret Invasion.
I never finished it.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't even finish it either. I watched like 4 episodes and I'm like, I don't get this. So
I finished it. Yeah, you guys are fine.
Yeah,
it's dog shit.
Yeah. So, but I'll still vote for Nick Fury because he's a good character. So yeah, Nick Fury. JPO.
Dang, it's kind of close for me. I mean, I like Gamora's arc. I was sad when she went and a little unfulfilled when she came back. So maybe that's my problem with her. But also, we're also coming off of the unhigh of Secret Invasion. So I don't know if I want to hold that against him. But
yeah.
Or I'm still excited about. But still, like even seeing like the Marvels trailer, I'm like, I'm gonna see a little more Nick Fury. So yeah, I'll go Nick Fury.
Yeah. And Ryan, what do you say?
I don't think he's there.
Is he not?
He's muted and the camera's off.
Okay. Okay, I'm just making sure. Maybe he was like back there somewhere, but he might come back. But either way, I think it's going to be Nick Fury. So we can probably just move him over.
Jacob? Oh.
Yeah.
All right, so we got Doctor Strange and the Thing.
All right. And this time it'll be Soda first.
This one's actually a little easier for me. It's Doctor Strange. I'm fine with the Thing, but I really like Benedict Cumberbatch as Doctor Strange. I think he is fantastic. And I even like the Doctor Strange animated film they did a number of years ago. I don't know if any of you guys have seen that. I'm gonna go with Doctor Strange.
Yeah. Jacob.
Yeah, I think the Thing is a fine character in the Fantastic Four movies, but Benedict Cumberbatch's Doctor Strange I think is really good, and I've been loving the character so far. I'm curious to see what they do with him next. So Doctor Strange will get my vote.
Yeah. The Thing. Yeah, like he's an alright character. I think that when they finally do Fantastic Four, right, that like, I really hope that they get into it to like his backstory and we get a good like something that's written really well for him. But the only fun thing about the Thing is that they have in Seattle when I was living there, they have a museum of pop culture there, and they had a big Marvel exhibit. And you could sit on a huge bench with a life-size version of the Thing and take pictures. That was kind of cool. But, yeah.
I asked people to take pictures with my Thing, and I go to jail, but whatever.
Right. Jeez. Imagine that one. Yeah.
You gonna meet me?
No, but it'll be Doctor Strange. Yeah, I think Benedict Cumberbatch is a good choice for the character. And like I kind of like that he's like kind of like a douchebaggy kind of asshole, sort of like I don't know, just kind of like a dick sometimes. But that's just like part of who the character is. But then he's still there and willing to help and willing to be there when it's important. And he's still even in like Far From Home, he helps Peter out even against his better judgment. And so yeah, I'll go Doctor Strange. Yeah.
All right, JPO.
JPO.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I like Thing, but again, kind of that fun, just B-level character. I think of Michael Chiklis and whatnot, and Fan Forstic I try to forget about.
And I actually didn't mind him in Fan Forstic. I thought he was all right.
I don't mind any of the actors. I just again didn't care too much about the character. You know, like again, like fantastically casted on paper, that movie should be the bomb. But and then I don't know, Doctor Strange. Even when I have my problems with the movies, it's never the problem with the character or the performance here. I think it's still pretty darn good stuff. So I'm gonna say Doctor Strange here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ryan.
Well, I'm going with Doctor Strange as well. I think the Thing is a very interesting character, especially from reading in the early runs of the Fantastic Four comics. But yeah, through live action, they try to really make you feel sympathetic to Ben Grimm for the situation he's in. But I don't know, it just sometimes doesn't hit as hard as they try to with Doctor Strange. I like they are bringing in this. They don't pull any punches when it comes to Strange's back. With the backstory, he loses hands. He's pretty much drawn to the edge of desperation to where he's thrown into the situation. But I also love Benedict. I love Benedict's portrayal of Strange. It's underplayed in the first one. I think he's a little better in the sequel when they actually let him actually get to play with the character. So my vote's going to Strange.
Yeah. Madeeh, what do you say?
I disliked the first Doctor Strange movie, and I hated the second one.
Okay.
And for like whatever reason, it's just I can't stand them. The Thing was one of my favorite parts of the 2000s Fantastic Four movies. I hate that he's called the Thing when everyone else is like Mr. Fantastic, and like Johnny Storm. It's like, yeah, all right. He's got the short end of the stick in the comics too, but no, I'm going to be on the island. I'm going to go with the Thing just because I really liked him in the Fantastic Four movies, and in the comics he's very Brooklyn, but he's definitely one of my favorite. I think he is my favorite member of the Fantastic Four.
Hey, I'm walking here.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, it'd
Will
be
be Doctor Strange.
Yep.
Next, we got Vision and Mary Jane Watson.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah, I was on the fence about
favorite.
including Mary Jane, but Malcolm said she's pretty important, so I guess maybe someone
She
will.
is. She's
Yeah.
Yeah.
She is important, but I've been more of a Gwen Stacy guy.
Yeah, but
Are we
still
counting
more
Zendaya in this as MJ, or is she not technically?
Well,
Mary
that's
Jane?
not Mary Jane Watson though.
Yeah,
I
you're
think
right.
it's kinda
But
different.
she's
That's
still
MJ.
MJ though, so technically
She's MJ,
with
right?
an
Like,
asterisk,
do we-
she's
On the
still
card,
Mary
it says Mary Jane Watson, and that is not her name.
No.
Even
It's
though they
not-
say
okay.
like Watson is part of her name.
Michelle Jones Watson, but you know, it's,
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All
But-
right, fair enough.
Sorry, I'm just being a dead dick.
No, I just wanted to make sure because I would,
It's a good enough question for this kind of work.
I'm gonna be honest. She is my favorite MJ,
Yeah.
but she's not MJ.
but she's not this MJ, right?
She's my least favorite.
Right.
But who's first? I'm all out of order now.
I am.
Okay.
Y'all go.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, Mary Jane Watson. Yeah, sure, she's an important character, but I'm gonna go with Vision. I think he's, more important. I think, yeah, and I love the portrayal of the character. I love WandaVision. I think that's my favorite of the MCU series, which isn't probably not saying much considering I've seen like 4 of them, but whatever. I'm going Vision.
Yeah.
I think something.
Yeah. Yeah, like Mary Jane is a fine character. I mean, like hey there, Tiger, and like she's the damsel in distress, and everyone like I don't know, like you like I don't know if you need that character. I guess you kind of do. I don't know. I just don't really see like a huge importance to her, but I don't know. But Vision, it's a really cool a character. Just take Jarvis, the AI, and just bring him to life, and like make him this cool like robot with like powers. You can go through walls and like shoot like lasers out of his head. He's got an Infinity Stone in there, and then you got the White Vision that's on the graphic there too. So yeah, like I'm a way bigger fan of Vision. I'll go Vision. JPO.
Well, just like Peter, I'm gonna show MJ some love here. Yeah, Vision's a very interesting concept here, but again, I kind of feel like there's like one movie you kind of get shine in, and then you got the series, and that's about it. MJ, man, I don't know, man. You've been following this chick my entire life. The animated series here, almost all the animated series here. I think Kirsten Dunst. Maybe because I had a crush on Kirsten Dunst. Maybe it's the reason I like redheads. I don't know, but I think she's very important. I think that's always been a big plot of Spider-Man's character is trying to hide his identity and keep his loved ones safe. Her, Aunt May, and whatnot, and I think she's very important. Yeah, she's a damsel in distress sometimes, but I think she's very important to Peter's arc. And yeah, I'm gonna go MJ.
Yeah, Ryan.
Damn. I'm gonna go Vision. I mean, Vision is definitely a much more like some other characters been so far in the MCU. He's better in the comics. His character like really is truly like one of those ideas of AI being given life, but really is but is always one of those AI that's out there that's questioning like that answers the questions. It's not the whole like fear of will AI take over man. It's more of AI trying to understand life from our perspective. That's one thing I did like with the Vision we got in WandaVision, though, and especially in the end between Corporeal Vision and the White Vision, where the ship of Thesis. I love that because that's pretty much Vision to a T. That's Vision to a T, especially in the comics. He's always destroyed. He's blown apart, taken apart, come back in some different way. But is that Vision any less different from the original like iteration of Vision? So I'm going with him.
Yeah. Madeeh, what do you say?
I'm looking at the Mary Jane picture from the video game, and I'm having like nightmares because her levels are terrible in that game.
Yeah, they're definitely the weak link.
They're like, oh my god, I honestly want her to die in those levels. The animated version jumped out of a window once to see if Peter or Spider-Man would save her, which was a whole random thing that I never understood. And then the Spider-Man, like Sam Raimi once, she was kind of an asshole the whole way, just leading on basically everybody the entire time. She was dating or engaged to or almost married to someone else. She was just like, no, I'm actually just going to go with Spider-Man. And Vision, I've actually liked as a character. I think he's been underused overall. And there's a lot more that they can do with him that I hope they get to if we ever see Caucasian Vision again. But it's just one of those things. Like I want to see more Vision. I could care less if I see MJ again.
Yeah, Matt, what do you say?
So yeah, like I said, like my favorite MJ is not even Mary Jane Watson.
It's Mary Jane.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, exactly. No, I'm not the biggest fan of her, but I do like Vision in the movies. Don't really know much about him in the comics. I like him because he's the Conscious and the Avengers, and I think Paul Bettany plays that very well. Of the android who has a soul but is trying to find his place. So yeah, I'm gonna give it to Vision.
In the limited time,
Y'all just aren't romantics, man. Whatever.
All right, so we got Green Goblin and Quicksilver.
All right. And is it
Jordan,
me
you're
first?
Yeah.
Wait, is that Ralph Boner?
That is Ralph Boner.
It is.
Yeah. Ralph.
He shouldn't be on here.
Yeah. Yeah. That was a weird thing that they did in WandaVision. Yeah. Yeah.
First, right?
Yeah, but yeah, I'm still thinking. I don't know because this is a tough matchup because yeah, like Quicksilver's good, especially Evan Peters. Like he is great. Like I'm a big Evan Peters fan. Like I love him when he pops up in anything. Like even in like American Horror Story, I was a big fan of him in there. And then as Quicksilver, those are always some of like the standout scenes. But the Green Goblin, it's just an iconic character. I think it's like one of the most iconic Spider-Man villains. Like it's like
it's his Joker.
Comic. Yeah. Like somewhere I have. Here you go, right here. There, Green Goblin, right there. But and yeah, like that's a good analogy. That it's his Joker, yeah, and Willem Dafoe. I mean, so good. I mean, they brought him back, and he didn't need that mask anymore. He could just contort his face and just look like the Goblin, and it worked great. So yeah, I'm gonna give it to the Green Goblin here. Yeah, JPO.
Yeah, weirdly enough, Quicksilver when I was young was one of my favorites because I think I really like the look and some of the stuff he did in comics. But yeah, I while Evan Peters is kind of a scene stealer, again, I still don't feel like we ever really delved into that character. Unfortunately, you know what I mean. Especially like it just seemed like they were like, we got one really cool scene, and now he's gonna go fuck off for us in the movie. Bye.
Yeah, with MCU one.
I mean, like, it'd be too easy if he was around for the full movie. So yeah, I like Quicksilver. But yeah, I mean, I just think Green Goblin got a lot more juiciness in the movies itself. William Dafoe is kind of iconic as that character here. I think if we casted Quicksilver tomorrow, that we'd be kind of okay with it. So Green Goblin's going to vote
Yeah.
here.
Ryan.
Well, I'm going for Green Goblin. Not mainly because just how well Willem Dafoe really portrayed this character. I definitely like the more meat of the bones we got in No Way Home. He's one of the few elements in No Way Home that saves the film a little bit for me. Quicksilver, personally, well, not personally, is if Joss Whedon wasn't a director that liked killing off like important characters, I honestly would have loved to have seen what his role would have been moving forward in the film. I mean, it's widely known that Josh had an alternate ending for Age of Ultron, where Quicksilver survived, and he's with Wanda in that little like new Avenger call out in that new Avenger lineup. And I would have loved to have seen what Aaron Taylor Johnson did, like if he was involved in Civil War, or what his role would have been like with Wanda in Infinity War, having the choice, having would he have convinced her to? All right, I'm talking about what ifs. Okay, and we're about to get on. Okay, I should stop talking. It's Green Goblin. Green Goblin.
Yeah, but eventually when they do bring in like the X-Men and stuff to have them be like Magneto's children, I hope they like do something with that, maybe, but I don't know. We'll see. But Madeeh, what do you say?
Yeah, I feel like they're just gonna retcon stuff and just make Magneto their own. I'm going with Green Goblin as well. I disagree with Ryan. I think that he wasn't. There was things about the movie that didn't serve him well. But I still think his performance both times has been phenomenal. He's the epitome of a Spider-Man villain. Quicksilver, not too familiar with him outside of the movies and the animated show. But even in the movies, he has like one or two scenes that are really cool, and then that's basically it. So, yeah, I'm going with Goblin.
Yeah, Matt.
Yeah, I'm going with Goblin for the same reason too. Like I said earlier, Green Goblin is to Spider-Man what the Joker is to Batman. That is his villain. And Quicksilver, I don't really know much of him outside of the comics other than he's Magneto's son, and of course from House of M and stuff like that. But yeah, it's gonna be Green Goblin.
Yeah, and Jacob.
Yeah, it's Green Goblin.
Yeah, but so James Franco, was he Hobgoblin or was he?
No. He's also the Green Goblin.
Oh no!
Neither of you answered that question. I don't know hear that.
Oh,
yeah, I didn't.
Oh,
JPO, you're up first for Black Panther and Loki.
God damn it!
I'm sorry. I'm still getting ears are bleeding. Oh wow. Okay, no, I agree. Why people are mad now because fuck, I gotta go first. Is it blasphemous to vote against Black Panther?
No,
do it and find out.
No, that's my conundrum, JPO. That's my conundrum.
Because I mean, I think there's a reason we're still following Loki. He wasn't just simply a one and done, evil villain, and we're done with him. We love Hiddleston. I'm still enjoying the TV show here. Black Panther, unfortunately, we just because of real life, we unfortunately never got to deep delve into this iteration of Black Panther as much as many people would have liked, including myself. I think maybe just because again, that's kind of my only iteration into him is that. So I think unfortunately, just based on how much we got, the moment I'm leaning towards Loki. Don't see me.
But it is blasphemous to vote against Chadwick Boseman though, because it's rest in peace.
Yeah, luckily if it's like just specifically on that, but
yeah, right. but Ryan.
I am going for Black Panther, and it's not because it's blasphemous to vote against him or Chadwick, but look, what Tom Hiddleston is doing with Loki, 100%, I am loving it without a shadow of a doubt. And if we've never gotten a Loki series, I think his ending in Endgame is fantastic, but I do like that we are still getting a different path from the same Loki from Phase 1, but we are getting more of a, what if you were shown your future, how would you turn out? With Black Panther, Chadwick Boseman in 2 films, Civil War and the Black Panther film, I was endeared to his character from Civil War. So I like the fact that his debut film was more about the culture of Wakanda, the city and the society, because it's another part of his character. And it's one of the things I push people to, it's one of the other things why I believe people need to rewatch some Marvel films, especially Black Panther. And because despite what people are saying now about Chadwick's performance, I remember first responses to this film, so many people were trashing on Boseman for not standing out over Michael B. Jordan. Where if you rewatch this, no, he's on the same footing. It's just Mike B. Jordan, he just has the narrative speaking, he has the stronger leg. That's just my opinion alone. But then also, in his episodes in What If, you do see what Chadwick Boseman would have given to T'Challa as a character if he was still with us.
Yeah.
But beyond everything I've said, my vote is going to Black Panther.
Yeah. Madeeh.
Yeah, I'm gonna echo Ryan's sentiments here. It's Black Panther for me. Even outside of like the main MCU stuff, uh, I've loved reading his comics, um, and seeing, you know, his character growth and his arcs that they've shown. There was another like animated short series that came out like early 2000s that I think John Schnepp directed. That's really good as well.
Yeah.
Just like, had we not lost Chadwick Boseman, I think, you know, we would have seen more of him and it would have been great and more people would have been able to enjoy his performance and everything. But it's still like I really enjoy Loki as well, but at the same time I just there's something about T'Challa's performance that I just can't go against. And Loki, I think because I've seen him in other media that's not Marvel related, like whether it's like Norse mythology related or like other things, where I've seen him done in different ways, I'm like, all right, so there's this way they could have gone, that way they could have gone, and there's so many different variations. I still go back to Black Panther. I'm like, nah, this is the one way that it's supposed to be, like this regal African king that's caring and compassionate, but trying to do what's right by not only him but his people as well. So yeah, I got to go Black Panther.
Yeah. Matt, what do you say?
Well, it's going to come down to sample size, basically, because I think they're both great characters. But because we only got such limited time with T'Challa, and we've had this really great arc with Loki, I got to give it to Loki.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I wish if we'd have gotten more with T'Challa, this would have been a totally different conversation. But because that's all we got, it's, you know.
Yeah, kind of is what it is. Yeah. But Jacob.
Yeah, it's tough. This is a tough matchup. Yeah, I wish we would have been able to get more with T'Challa. Rest in peace, Chadwick Boseman. Everything that Tom Hiddleston has done as Loki has been great. But yeah, regardless of the sample size, I think I'm gonna go Black Panther. I think I just like him as a character more than Loki.
Yeah. I think Black Panther is a great character, and when I found out about that Chadwick Boseman passed away, like for whatever reason, it just kind of hit me hard, like versus other celebrities. Like I don't know why. Probably mostly because he was so young when it happened. He was
nobody knew too, right?
Yeah, nobody knew, and he was so damn
kept
talented.
it very private.
Yeah. They kept it very private, and like nobody knew. And then I got to nowhere. And I remember after he passed away, seeing his final movie, Ma Rainey's Black Bottom, and just like it's not like really like the type of movie that I would necessarily gravitate towards, but man, his performance was just so incredible, just so good. And just like, man, like why did we have to lose someone that's like such an incredible actor at like such a young age? And like to think that like he was just working like basically full time, like just right up until the end, and like just like doing all these action scenes and all the stunts and like all this stuff, and it's like it's just crazy like how it all happened. But I mean, with that being said, though, like for me, the Loki series is my favorite Marvel series, hands down. Like I've already rewatched the first season 3 times. Like it's that good for me, and like I just love the score. I love the dynamic between Owen Wilson's character and Loki. I just think that like what they're doing with like the time travel and the dimensions, like they're just doing it right. I feel like, and Tom Hiddleston is just such a talented actor, and like I was thinking like the famous Comic-Con scene where he came in full character, and he's like I am Loki, son of Odinson, and I'm burdened with glorious purpose, and like came in character and all that stuff, and so for that, I think I got to give it to Loki here.
All right, and with that, we have our first tie
Very first, yeah.
Wow.
Like, get far into it. 3 hours into it.
Yeah, and the way tiebreakers work is we just start at the bottom and we rotate the tiebreaker vote. So the first tiebreaking vote will go to JPO.
Oh, snap. Are you sure? I wasn't here the whole time. Should we give it
Snap.
the whole time?
I see what you. Oh, snap.
Yeah.
Too soon.
Dude.
It's all right.
We're kidding.
Loki.
Yeah. Low-key.
All right. Up next,
Damn
we
you,
got
JPO.
War Machine.
Sorry, I almost
and
changed it too.
Thanos.
I'm kidding. Ah.
We'll start with Ryan.
All right. Ryan.
I'm kicking off. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going with Thanos. Plain and simple. He was I'll be honest. There was no long form storytelling with Thanos. They were hinting him throughout most of the phases. It was honestly Infinity War that solidified Thanos as a solid character, and Endgame did a good job as well, showing us a Thanos seeing his future, wanting to cement that future, and even I liked seeing him in the T'Challa episode of being if T'Challa was a Star-Lord in episode 2. Like, here's a Thanos if he was actually taken away from his genocidal path. So I like seeing those 3 different versions of Thanos. While everyone prefers the Infinity War version, I like seeing all 3 because it's still Thanos, but we're just seeing him in different facets. War Machine, he just suffered like short stick of the short stick, unfortunately, narrative wise, being in the Iron Man films, and especially after the fucking Secret Invasion show. So Thanos.
Yeah. Madeeh, what do you say?
Yeah, I just got reminded of Secret Invasion, and I need to go take a shower.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's Thanos. Like, honestly, had it not been for Secret Invasion, it would have been closer. But goddamn, that show was awful.
Yeah, it was not good. Soda. What do you say?
Yeah, Rhodey was so underused in those MCU movies. So I'm gonna give it to Thanos because he lived up to the hype.
Yep. Jacob.
Yeah, this one's pretty easy for me. I think War Machine is a good character, but yeah, Thanos is. I mean, they gave him his own movie, and it worked. Like Infinity War, like, man, the fact that Thanos won, like, it was not something I saw coming, and I loved it though. Like, yeah, no, this works, and I think he's just an incredible villain. So I'm going with Thanos.
Yeah. I just feel like maybe we haven't even seen everything we're gonna see from War Machine and like Rhodey, because they were gonna have that Armor Wars TV series, and I think it's gonna be a movie.
Now it's a movie, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure how to feel about that, because like they'll probably do it on a bigger scale, which is cool. But like I was kind of looking forward to a series of really like just diving deep into the character and really getting like a good like super long like deep backstory. But
after Secret Invasion, give me an hour. Hour and a half.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Yeah,
like maybe we don't really need it. I don't know, but
I personally think it's because Secret Invasion, it is a movie. Hopefully, it's able to fix that. Hopefully, it's able to repair that damage.
Yeah,
I only saw the first episode of Secret Invasion.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, but yeah, you got to give it to Thanos. Like they really like the best writing for a villain since like Joker to me, and like anything, like really. So yeah, I'm gonna go Thanos. JPO.
Yeah, I've been a War Machine fan for a while. I was a fan of him even as a kid. I thought he looked like the more badass Iron Man. I gravitated more towards him. But yeah, I think kind of just underutilized. Like, again, he's kind of a fun B character, but they're trying to juggle so much in those Iron Man movies that is kind of all he ends up succumbing to is a cool B character that has a few lines here and there. First Terrence Howard, then Cheadle. And yeah, Thanos lived up to the hype. Great villain here. I think we'll go down as one of the best villains here. Obviously in some of the best movies as well. So yeah, I think Thanos has to get this for me.
Yeah.
All right, Thanos is moving on.
Right, we're almost to the end of this first round.
Nebula and Mr. Fantastic.
This is actually pretty easy.
Yeah, it's easy.
And
Yep.
Madeeh, we're starting with you.
Yeah, it's Nebula. Nebula's had character growth throughout the series, where she was just like this tormented sister, and then she became, one of the most dangerous women in the galaxy, and then she became someone sympathetic and compassionate, as we see in the later Guardians, like the Christmas special and most recent Guardians 3. Reed Richards, he's never been that interesting in his movies or really in his comics, to be honest. Having John Krasinski be the smartest man and then make the stupidest decision in Multiverse of Madness, not really the best iteration of him either. I know they kind of did that just because of the fan casting, but like seriously, it's dumb. Like they're like I want to give respect to each of the actors, like Ewan Grufford and Miles Teller. Both did the best they could with the script they had, but still nothing that I was really like I gave a shit about. It's Nebula.
Yeah, Ian Grufford, like he's a cool guy. I've actually met him and got his autograph, but yeah, Soda.
Yeah, this is too easy. Like Mr. Fantastic is, but Nebula, like she's slowly become one of the best characters in all of the MCU, just because, like you said, that story progression of hers. And Karen Gillan just knocks it out of the park every time she dons the makeup. So yeah, I'm gonna give it to Nebula.
Yeah, Jacob.
Yeah, I'll echo all of that and go with Nebula as well.
Yeah, Nebula is a great a character like Karen Gillan. That's like my future wife right there. Like she's been like my celebrity crush for a long time because I met her at a convention and it was right after the first Guardians came out and I didn't really like know that like really who she was, but my friend was like yeah, Karen Gillan, from Guardians, but she wasn't in it that much in the first movie, so I didn't really like know her at the time.
Well, at that time she was more known for Doctor Who.
Yeah, she was. Yeah, I think that's what more the reason why she was there actually. But and I also really like the quote about her eyes in Guardians 3 where Peter Quill. Like, I never noticed how black your eyes were before.
It's pretty shady.
Yeah, my father. It's a method of torture or whatever. So yeah,
he picked a pretty shade.
Yeah, right. Yeah, but she's a great character. So that I never thought would be that great, but she was. So yeah, I'll go with Nebula. JPO.
Yeah, no, I'm with you guys here. I mean, Mr. Fantastic, unfortunately, probably overshadowed by both Thing and Blaze as far as characters I'm a little more attached to. He's always just kind of come across in the movies, at least, as, okay, nerdy boss. Like, I don't know, not nothing really. I'm like, hell yeah, Reed Richards here. Now it's a party. But yeah, Nebula, kind of like you said, like in that first movie, you kind of think it might be one-dimensional, kind of like B-level boss here, like, oh, the other daughter is a little more sinister, but like they found really good like depth with her and a great performance as well. So yeah, I'm with Nebula on this as well.
Yeah. Ryan.
Nebula. She's one of the. I'm picking her mainly for this whole reason that, in a way, like Mantis, if you go back and look from her first introduction throughout her later and then seeing how she's used later in the Marvel timeline. She's had one of the best character growths I've ever seen. Almost as better as Iron Man's, honestly, because of where she starts from, and also to the writing and the performance that Karen Gillan gives that character. I really do love in Endgame she confronts her past self, and you really do see exactly that. This is how she sees herself. She shows no pity to her past self because she knows how ruthless she is. She knows her past self, in a way, is kind of beyond saving. Even the fact she chooses to kill it. And then you do see that later on and that bond she has with Rocket. I love how even in the third film in the volume 3 of Guardians, you do see her role. Like she's not yet ready to open herself up to people. She's only close to Rocket and maybe and to Gamora, and in some ways to Quill. But then at the end, you do see that she chooses to be better. So I'm going with a Nebula.
Yeah, it'll be Nebula. Might be the last match, maybe.
Got Drax and Nightcrawler.
Uh,
Uh,
All right.
Man, and it'll be Soda first.
This is easy, Drax. I think I love Dave Bautista's portrayal of him. Nightcrawler, I didn't. As much as I love Alan Cummings, I don't think we got enough of them. So yeah, Drax is a destroyer.
Yeah, Jacob.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Drax. I know more of him. The X-Men movies, like I said earlier, they're just not. A lot of them are just movies that I don't go back to as often. I go back to the Guardians movies more often, and Drax is a highlight of at least the first one. I'm coming around to him in Volume 2, and then in Volume 3, I think he's fantastic. But yeah, and just some of the one-liners he has are just hilarious. I busted up in the theater when I heard "Why is Gamora." So
Yeah,
I'm gonna go with Drax.
Yeah, this one's actually pretty tough for me because, like, I'm a massive Nightcrawler fan. Like, I think that one of the coolest scenes in any X-Men movie is that opening scene from X2 in the White House where like he's just bamfing all over the place and just like wrecking shop. It's just like so cool. And like Alan Cummings did a great job. I mean, I didn't really care as much. I can't remember the name of the other actor who did it in like the First Class like universe.
Cody Smith McPhee,
yeah. So he was all right, but he's no Alan Cummings to me. But and then also too, there's a local arcade I used to go to, and they had that like side scroller, like old school X-Men game, and like I was always Nightcrawler all the time. That was my favorite go to character for that game. Yeah, like. Oh man, like it's really tough, but I think I gotta edge it out to Drax. Like he's just such a great character. Like he's big, he can fight, he's hilariously funny. Like the sarcasm doesn't go over his head because he just grabs it or whatever he does. But I don't love what they did to Drax in Guardians 2. Like he doesn't even really get a fight scene in that. Like he's just making jokes, and that's all he is. He's reduced to just like joke. So I don't love that, but I feel like that they redeemed him in Guardians 3, and like they did him right. So yeah,
in the special.
Yeah, and in the Christmas special for sure. Oh yeah. So yeah, Drax, but JPO.
It's gonna pain me to not vote for the wrestler here, but I'm actually gonna vote for Nightcrawler. I love Drax. I'm always looking forward to him being in it. I'm so glad that Batista got a career, that started because of this character here. But I lean more towards Nightcrawler. We only might have that one movie, like you said, that a killer scene in it, and also too maybe just based on other, his story. I love the tragic backstory. You can see it in other comics and cartoons, and there's even like fun alterations with the two in like the X-Men Evolution, where he's more of a teenager. The way they play with it on that, I think Nightcrawler is always one of my favorite. Another tragic character. So yeah, I'm gonna go with Nightcrawler here.
And you call yourself a wrestling fan?
I know. I don't want to vote against Batista.
Russell, can we just all agree though that Dave Batista is the best wrestler turned actor? Like he is
100%. 100%.
No, because you haven't seen the 6 Marine movies with The Miz. So
yeah, right.
Wait until you do.
Right. But Ryan, what do you say?
JPO, I'm joining you in that tree as well. I'm also going against the wrestler. I'm voting for Nightcrawler. Drax is fantastic. I like Dave's portrayal in there. I like some of the people who have been. I like some of the people who love Drax, and also my favorite stories of after the first Guardians movie was learning the story of that one autistic kid who felt such a strong attachment to the character of Drax. Like that's one thing that sticks with me when it comes whenever I hear criticism towards the character of Drax, but Nightcrawler alone, despite the little we got of Alan Cummings, and the animated versions I've seen of Nightcrawler. I even like Cody Smith McPhee's portrayal of him. I mean, he's underutilized in that as well. And he's kind of that one scene he has on the train in Dark Phoenix is one of the small redeeming factors of Dark Phoenix. But beyond that, I like Nightcrawler as the character. I mean, he looks devilish in a way to scare people, to make you hate mutants, and yet he has this other side to him where you see he's someone with a heart of gold. So I'm going with Nightcrawler.
Yeah. Madeeh.
If this was based on the comics, I'd pick Drax, but I haven't really enjoyed his movie iteration at all. And they kind of tried to redeem it at the end of Guardians 3 when they're like, oh, you're meant to be a father. But they kind of just glossed over that for most of his character arc, if we're being completely honest. Like, he said that his wife and kids were killed, and then he doesn't bring it up again when he's fighting Thanos or fighting anyone else. He's just like, oh, they're just there. And then, like, nothing happens. And then Guardians 2 happened, and I was like, this is ridiculous. And I agree with Ryan. The train scene in Dark Phoenix is the only good part of that movie, if we're being honest. And him and Magneto are a big part of it, as well as Alan Cummings' great portrayal in X-Men 2, where like he honestly kills it in that movie. So I'm going with Nightcrawler as well.
Yeah.
All right, so we have another tie.
Don't forget, for trivia purposes, guys, Alan Cumming, no S. So I want to make sure you guys get the point. I want to make sure you get the point.
I don't play trivia anymore. You know that.
I've retired from that too.
Smart people.
Yeah.
All right, but we have a tie, and the tiebreaker vote goes to Ryan this time.
Oh, I voted for him before, and I'm going to vote for him again. Nightcrawler.
All right. I'm not mad about it. That was a close match. All right, so
end of the first round.
But I have a question for you guys. Who wants to go fast now?
Yeah, let's go. We've gone 4 hours, and I got a hard.
I want to go fast. Hey, get him a suit. Hurry up, let's go.
That's perfect.
All right, so it's literally just votes.
Yeah,
no explanation. Just vote.
Yeah.
Except for me, I'm going to do 9 minutes on each because I wasn't here.
Yeah.
Mute.
You first.
So we're starting.
Yeah, it's me first. We've got Wolverine and Jean Grey. I'm going with Wolverine.
They kind of had a love interest sort of thing, but I'll go with Wolverine. On JPO.
Why gotta make the lovers fight, y'all? Wolverine.
Yep. Ryan.
Wolverine.
Yep.
I love Jean Grey.
Yeah, Madeeh. Wolverine. All right. Soda.
You sweep my fellow Canadian. Wolverine.
Yeah.
Wolverine. Moving on. Next we got
red and white.
Star-Lord and Doc Ock.
Ooh.
Jordan, you're up first.
I gotta go Star-Lord. Catch me online. It's Star-Lord. JPO.
I really do want to take longer because I never thought about these.
Yeah, you weren't here for some of this. First
I know, and I gotta like really think for a hot second. Star-Lord.
Yeah. Ryan.
Fuck is this Doc Ock.
Yeah. Madeeh.
Same here, Doc Ock.
All right.
Trifecta Doc Ock.
Ooh, Jacob, it's kind of down to you.
Right, you go Doc Ock.
Okay, yeah. Sorry. Doc Ock.
Next we got Hulk and going up against Thor. And JPO, we're back down to you.
Never a big Hulk fan until more recently because the character itself worries me. I do like him in the movies though, but I'm gonna go Thor.
Ryan.
I'm going with Thor.
Yeah.
Same here. Going with Thor.
Yeah.
Going with Thor.
Soda.
Thor.
Yep. Jacob.
Thor.
Which one am I gonna go with? I got one here, one here. Let's go with this guy. Thor.
Thor moving on.
Are you Thor? Well, it hurts. One of my favorite jokes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get my lower back's gonna get Thor after this.
All right,
Yeah.
Ryan.
I'm glad I'm doing this on my couch.
Ryan, you're up first for Daredevil and Spider-Man.
This is a close one, very close. I don't care. Daredevil.
Yep. Madeeh.
It's not that close. It's Daredevil.
Yeah. Soda.
Spider-Man.
Yep. Jacob.
Spider-Man.
And I'll go Spider-Man. GPU.
It's just all Peter Parkers.
Any Peter Parker versus
Oh,
any
that's
Matt Murdock.
that's so unfair. It's like a handicap match, like a 3-on-1 match.
Yeah.
Man, folks have voted against Batista, not voting against Affleck. Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Close, but we got Spider-Man moving on. We got Vulture and Ant-Man. I believe Madeeh, you're up first this time.
I think Ryan's up first, actually.
No, I went first with Daredevil.
Oh, right. Yeah. No, my bad. My bad. I'll go Ant-Man.
Soda.
Ant-Man.
Jacob.
Close, but I'll go Ant-Man.
Yep, I'll go Ant-Man. GPO.
Excuse me, Ant-Man.
Yeah, clean sweep.
We'll let Ryan vote still.
Oh yeah, Ryan.
Yeah.
Sorry, maybe it won't be.
I am looking out for the little guy, so Ant-Man.
Yeah.
That's how you get
it. Now it's a clean sweep.
Yeah.
Right, so you're up first for Hawkeye and Hawkeye and Miles Morales, Spider-Man.
Miles Morales.
Miles Morales.
Yep.
Y'all didn't get a lot done in an hour and a half. Damn.
Morales.
Miles Morales.
Yep. Ryan.
Miles.
Yeah.
It's
Madeeh.
Miles. It's Miles.
Yeah, let's get that Spider-Man matchup. Come on.
You're gonna be mad how it ends up, I think.
Yeah, maybe.
Then we got Red Skull and Magneto. I'm up first, and I'll go with Magneto.
Yeah, I'll go Magneto. GPO.
Very apropos for Magneto to defeat the Nazis. So I think Magneto should win this, right, y'all?
Damn it, JPL,
Yeah,
you
right.
beat me to it.
Ryan.
Ryan.
Magneto.
Yeah. And Madeeh.
It's Magneto.
Yep. And Soda.
He's so neato, Magneto.
Yeah. Magneto.
We got Cyclops and Iron Man. Jordan, you're up first.
Without the MCU, like if we didn't have that, I'd be Cyclops all day, but I gotta go Iron Man here. JPO?
Yeah, but we do got that MCU, so yeah, it's hard to choose against it. Still my Iron Man.
Yep. Ryan.
Yeah, even if you got rid of the live action Cyclops and you just used the animation one, Robert Downey Jr. still left a stronger impression. So Iron Man.
Oh yeah. Madeeh.
I want to give Cyclops some love. Cyclops.
Sure. Soda.
Iron Man.
Yep. And Jacob.
Iron Man.
Yeah.
Just don't treat him like a cuck, like, you know.
Right,
I'll do what I want with him. Thank you very much.
Also, I forgot to mention the ones that just advanced there, right? I think are going to be the Sweet 16, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So
they're advancing now. Yeah.
Yeah. So the ones that we just voted for that made it are going to be in our championship. So
you keep
that in mind.
JPO, you're up first for Captain Marvel and Professor X.
Oh, X. Xavier.
Yep. Ryan.
Professor X.
Yeah. Madeeh.
Yeah, I'm going Professor X.
Yep. Soda.
Professor X.
Yeah. Jacob.
X gonna give it to you.
Yep. X. Let's go X.
All right. Up next, we've got Captain America going up against Mystique.
Right.
And Ryan, you're up first.
Too bad J-Law decided to just phone it in. Captain America.
Yep. Madeeh.
Yeah, Cap.
Soda.
America's ass.
Yeah, right. Jacob.
Cap.
Language. Cap.
Did Cap
GPO.
just say language?
Yeah. GPO.
I believe the cool kids say when they're not lying, no cap. Am I right, y'all?
Yeah.
Stop trying to be hip.
Yeah.
All right, Madeeh, you're up first for Rocket and Storm.
Fuck. I love you, Hallie. Rocket.
Yep. Soda.
Rocket.
Yep. Jacob.
I'm going Rocket.
Yep, I'll go Rocket. GPO.
Rocket.
Yep. And Ryan.
Well, at least she got this far. I would have, if she wasn't against Rocket, I would have voted for her. So it's Rocket.
Yeah. But I do dig the Mohawk look.
We got the Punisher and Deadpool.
Oh man,
And
these two have some great crossover comics. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
Soda, you're up first.
Deadpool.
Yep,
Yeah, Deadpool.
Yep. Deadpool. Yep. GPO.
Deadpool.
Ryan.
Punisher.
Yeah.
God damn it. I'm voting for a fellow Canadian, Deadpool.
Yeah.
You're a fellow Canuck. Where are you from?
Saskatchewan, bro.
I'm in British Columbia.
That's the better place.
I like to think in my heart. Okay.
All right. It's, me first for Nick Fury and Doctor Strange. I'm gonna go.
Oh wait, I was in the bathroom during that previous one. It was Nick Fury and who?
Gamora.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
It was Nick.
Yeah.
Jesus
Yeah, it's
Christ!
Nick.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what you get for peeing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go Doctor Strange.
Yeah, this one's close, but I think I'm gonna go Nick Fury. I mean, Secret Invasion aside, Nick Fury. JPO.
Well, Nick Fury.
Yeah. Ryan.
Thinker.
Yeah, even when he's out, he's in. Nick Fury.
Yeah. Madeeh.
Yeah, it's Nick Fury.
Yep. And Soda.
Yeah, I'm gonna be the contrarian here. Doctor Strange. I know Nick Fury's going on.
Yeah. Be Colin and Nick Fury.
Jordan, you're up first for Vision and Green Goblin.
I think I would go Green Goblin. GPO.
Yeah, Green Goblin. I agree.
Yeah. Ryan.
I will take the ship of Theseus. Vision.
Yeah. Madeeh.
I'm going with Goblin.
Yep. Soda.
He's something of a scientist himself. Green Goblin.
Yeah. Right.
Green Goblin as well.
Yeah.
At JPO, we got Loki and Thanos.
Oh,
shit.
Fudge.
Yeah, all right.
Matt Damon
Yeah.
played Loki in Dogma. Loki.
So it'd be Thanos? I mean, sorry.
Loki.
Loki, sorry.
He played Loki in Dogma. I was trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
And Loki and the actor Loki in fucking Thor.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ryan.
go Loki.
Me? Loki.
Yep. Madeeh.
Yeah, I'll go Loki. Although I wish it was T'Challa still, but
Yeah, same here.
Yeah.
I'm
Soda.
not mad at you, JPO. It's all good.
Loki.
Can we go back? I'll change it.
Yeah. Jacob.
Loki.
Yeah, let's make it a clean sweep. Loki.
And then we got Nebula, Nightcrawler.
2 characters with the letter N.
We got Ryan first.
Yeah.
Nebula.
Madeeh.
I'll go Nightcrawler.
Yeah. Soda.
Nebula.
Jacob.
Nebula.
Yeah, I'm not going to vote against my girl Karen Gillan, so Nebula. JPO.
I will. Nightcrawler.
Sure.
No, it's still Nebula.
I mean, Nebula.
All right. That's the end of that round.
All right, so we have our 16. So now it's just about like who are the heavy favorites and who are the best of the Marvel characters.
I mean, that's it. We're on 16, or is it?
Yeah. So the
Are we going the
16
whole way?
will advance, but we're going to go the whole way. Yeah.
Oh no, I thought this was we're going to 16 and that's it. Oh shit.
No. We're finishing it up. It's only gonna be like another 10 minutes.
You got to make the hard decisions.
Yep, we got to make the hard decisions.
And Madeeh, we're starting with you for
Strongest
Wolverine and
wills
Doc
are
Ock.
the necessary sacrifices.
Yeah.
Sorry, you said I'm going first?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll go Wolverine.
If you want to have some more fun and vote for underdogs, you could, because they're all going to be in the championship anyways. But Soda.
Wolverine.
Yeah. Jacob.
Wolverine.
Yeah, it's got to be Wolverine for me. JPO.
Snick, Wolverine.
Yeah. And Ryan.
Well, yeah, Wolverine.
Yeah.
All right. Next, we've got Thor and Spider-Man. Peter
Ooh.
Parker. Soda, you're up first.
I hate to do this to Thor, but I'm gonna go Spider-Man.
Yeah.
I'm also going to
Jacob.
go Spider-Man.
Yeah, let's go with Spidey. JPO.
Spider-Man.
Yep. Ryan.
I'm going Thor.
Yeah. Why not? Madeeh.
I'm also going Thor.
Ooh.
Close, but 4-2 for Spider-Man.
Damn.
Next, we got Ant-Man and Miles Morales.
Ooh.
Me first. I'll go Miles.
Yeah, I'll go Miles. JPO.
Miles.
Yep. Ryan.
He was best. Miles.
Yeah. Yeah. Madeeh.
Ant-Man.
I was going to keep singing, but I think you get flagged for that. So, Miles.
That's why I was singing like Miles and like not knowing the words.
Yeah.
No.
He wasn't
Yeah.
singing, he was just making sounds.
Clean sweep, baby. Miles Morales.
Yeah.
And then we got Magneto and Iron Man. Jordan.
Oh man. You know what? I think I'm gonna give it to Magneto because why not? Magneto. JPO.
I like it about Jordan. I'm going to give it to him because I'm going to give it to him. God damn it. That's why.
What I was gonna say is that I want to see him in the Sweet 16 with Professor X, but he's already in there, so yeah.
I'm also going to go for what's his face, Magneto.
Yeah. Ryan.
I mean, master of magnetism for a reason. No matter what materials Iron Man makes out of his suit, Magneto still has the upper hand. So Magneto.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, he's not called Plastic Man. That's a whole other guy. Yeah, it's Magneto.
Yeah.
Multiple actors all doing phenomenal jobs.
Yeah. Soda.
Magneto as well.
Yep. And Jacob.
I would have slightly gone with Iron Man, but Magneto takes it.
And coming soon, it's going to be all the same characters, but who would actually win in a fight? No. That'd be kind of fun, though.
That'd be an interesting.
We should do that with us.
Yeah.
So
Everyone that's ever been on tournament fights, me versus Barber, who's winning in a fight?
Yeah, right.
Anyway.
Well, you've done wrestling, JPO, so my money's on you.
I'm a
Oh
big
yeah, he's done fake fighting.
I amateur wrestled for 5 years, by the way.
Yeah,
not a
Wrestling's
great
real,
record.
man.
So don't ask me my record.
The Rock really hated Stone Cold. You can tell.
Oh yeah.
What?
But JPO, you're up first for Professor X and Captain America.
What? I will go.
Say what if you
Professor
sleep with
X.
your sister?
What?
Yeah. Ryan. It's tough.
Damn. Damn.
10 seconds.
No Cap. I'm going with Cap.
Okay. Cap, Madeeh.
Stone Cold 316 says Professor X whoops your ass.
Yep. Soda.
Cap.
Yeah. Jacob.
I'm gonna go with Professor X.
Hey, Professor X, you're going nowhere. So let's go Cap.
Is this a tie?
Yeah, because JPO, you voted.
Voted Professor X.
I went X.
Yeah. So
It alternated.
Yeah, so it's a tie, and I believe the tiebreaker goes to Madeeh.
Ooh.
You're muted.
I'm going with Professor X. Sorry, Cap.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a massive bummer.
Professor X, yeah.
Sorry, man.
All right.
All right. Ryan, you're up first for Rocket Raccoon and Deadpool.
Rocket.
No hesitation that time.
Madeeh.
Deadpool's from Regina, Saskatchewan, just like me, so I'm going with him.
Yeah. Regina. Soda.
Deadpool.
Jacob.
Rocket.
I'll go Deadpool. Let's go every other one again. JPO.
Deadpool.
Oh, okay.
Close, but we're going.
We got a Deadpool Wolverine final.
We
Could be.
Maybe.
potentially could.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Who's going to regenerate quicker?
Yeah.
Madeeh, you're up first for Nick Fury and Green Goblin.
Oh, it's Goblin. Nick Fury's lucky to get this far.
Yeah, Soda.
Yeah, the spy games are over. Bye, Nick Fury, Green Goblin.
Yeah. Jacob.
Green Goblin.
Yep, gobble gobble. Green Goblin. JPO.
Goblin.
Yep. And Ryan.
Damn, I'm looking like I'm the only one going for Fury.
Yep. It'll be Green Goblin.
All right. Soda, you're up first for Loki and Nebula.
Loki, because I think he's got funnier moments.
Yeah. Jacob.
Yeah, it's actually closer than I first thought, but I'm gonna go with Loki.
Yeah. I'll go Loki, but it is close, yeah. JPO.
Loki.
Yep. And Ryan.
Man, I'm not gonna destroy the salad that is Nebula with juice and salt and pepper shakers, so I'm going with Nebula.
Sure. Madeeh.
Yeah, God of Mischief. Loki.
Yeah. Loki.
All right, that's the end of that.
Right.
Are we in the
Almost
final
there.
or Elite Eight now?
Yeah. We're Elite Eight, so whoever wins this will be in the Final Four. Oh,
Ooh,
fudge.
okay.
Yep, and I forgot who's first.
You.
I think it's
It
you.
would be Soda, I think.
Shoot.
No,
it
I
is
just
me.
did the last one.
Gosh
sorry.
dang it. Wolverine.
These are my two favorite Marvel characters right here. Period.
Mine too.
Yeah, yeah. I gotta go with Spider-Man. GPO.
Yeah, this could be a finals, but I gotta go Wolverine.
Yeah. Ryan.
Well, Wolverine.
Ooh. Madeeh.
Yeah, there's been like 100 Spider-Man. There's been one Wolverine. So, Wolverine.
Yeah.
As a character overall, Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Close, but
it'll be Wolverine.
Yeah, we got Wolverine.
I thought this was another tie. Okay.
Yeah.
4-2, right?
Oh boy.
Yeah.
We're not gonna get that Spider-Man matchup.
Oh, we got Miles Morales going up against Magneto. And Jordan, you're first.
It's tough, but I think I gotta edge it out to Magneto. He's just a great villain. JPO.
Is Magneto and who?
Miles
and Magneto.
Magneto.
Ryan.
I'm actually getting more enjoyment with Miles. Not out of this tournament, but overall, like I'm going with Miles.
Yeah. Madeeh.
Fuck. Both of them?
Yeah, right.
Can I do that? No, I have no idea.
We're gonna team up together in the next round.
Oh shit. I'll go Magneto by like 0.1%.
Yeah. Soda.
Miles.
Yeah. Jacob.
And I'm also going to go Miles, which puts it at a tie to Soda.
Then Miles it is.
Ooh.
That one might be the hardest one.
Yeah, we got one
That was
Spider-Man.
That was pretty tough.
Yeah, all right. So we got half of our final four. Now we go to the other side. We got the Professor X and Deadpool.
It's GPO, I think.
Yep, down to JPO.
Deadpool.
Ryan.
I'm not going against Deadpool because I don't like the character. It's just the people he's been put up against so far. I found them more compelling, so I'm keeping it going with Professor X.
Oh, what a Deadpool hater. Madeeh.
Deadpool killed George Washington once. That's a fun fact. So I'm going with him.
Oh yeah, we went back in time or whatever. Yeah. Soda.
Deadpool.
Jacob.
Professor X.
Deadpool also killed Deadpool in a post-credit scene. So I'll go
That
with
was a lot.
Great.
Yeah.
Deadpool
I'll
kills just about everybody.
with Deadpool. Yeah.
Right,
Well, looks like he's gonna kill the X-Men universe. Maybe we'll see.
Well, I think any Marvel universe.
Yeah, but might see it happen. So.
all right, Ryan, you're up first. We got Green Goblin and Loki.
Oh man, two iconic villains.
both give dynamite performances. And I'm pretty sure if Willem Dafoe was ever given an opportunity to be on a Hall H panel and do a Goblin speech, he would tear the house down.
Oh yeah.
But this is going to Loki by narrowest of margins.
Yeah. Madeeh.
Damn it. Now I want Willem Dafoe behind the screen and just being like, can Spider-Man come out to play? And
Yeah,
then, like,
right.
That's it. Doesn't even have to do anything else. Just say that. Fuck. I'm gonna go with Loki.
Yeah. Soda.
Yeah, I love you. Just Willem Dafoe, but Loki.
Yeah. Jacob.
I'm gonna go with the Green Goblin.
Yeah, and I will say that if they made A Green Goblin series, I would watch the hell out of that, just like I do with Loki. But I will vote Loki here. JPO.
Loki.
Ryan. Oh wait, no, you were first. Huh?
I was first there.
Yeah. All right.
Final four.
Final time. Ooh, frick.
We got Spider-Man Miles Morales going up against Wolverine.
I think we might
vote for fuck you.
might get the matchup we talked about, maybe.
Honestly, yeah, I'm thinking it might happen based on like whatever. I'm gonna go with Wolverine again.
Yeah.
Like, I keep thinking like Logan versus Spider-Verse in my head, like just those two movies, and Logan edges it out.
Yeah. Soda.
I'm just going with longevity of my familiarity with the character Wolverine.
Yep. Jacob.
Yeah, it's close, but I'm giving the slight edge to Wolverine.
Yeah, like if it was Logan versus Spider-Verse, I mean, Logan's my favorite movie of all time. So let's go with Wolverine. The JPO.
Wolverine.
And Ryan.
I am going with Miles mainly because of I won't say controversy, but the constant constant talk that's been happening in the Spider-Man community, especially over the legacy of the title of Spider-Man.
Yeah.
100% fair. I feel like a 5-1 vote isn't accurate for like how we actually feel about those two.
No,
so.
yeah.
I know. This is a Final Four kind of vote. So
yeah. Like,
so waiting for the live action Miles Morales. Come on. When are we getting that?
One
I
day.
think like 4 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I 100% bet you they announce it next Comic-Con or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no reason it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Soda, you're up first for Deadpool and Loki.
Yeah, it's inevitable. Deadpool.
Yep. Jacob.
I'll go Deadpool.
Yeah. But I really hope that like in the Deadpool movie we get like a crazy like bloody fight between these two, and then they team up later on after they heal. Like they both got to heal, like because they like destroy each other. I gotta go Deadpool. JPO.
Deadpool.
Yep. Ryan.
Once again, it's another 5-1 thing. I'm going Loki.
Yeah. Madeeh.
I'm sticking with my guy Deadpool.
Yep. That's it. That's the matchup right there. Now which way do I go?
Well, I'm gonna go Wolverine. And now
Yeah.
you can decide which way you want to go.
Yeah. One more time. Can I go last? Oh man, this is worthy of a championship to me. These two characters, but I think I gotta go Wolverine. Yeah. JPO.
Wolverine.
Ryan.
Give them both carbonadium blades, then we'll put them on equal footing. That's a comic book reference.
Yeah.
That's a deep cut reference too. Jesus.
Yeah.
Carbonadium, is that like a metal?
It's in the comics, it's pretty much a metal that negates the healing factors.
Oh, ooh.
Oh,
So
nice.
it's one of the metals that allegedly can kill Wolverine.
Both of these guys.
Yeah, both of them, pretty much.
I think if they gave him that though, like Wolverine's still got like all kinds of reflexes and stuff. I think he'd win. But Madeeh.
I'm going with Wolverine in this one.
Okay. No Madeeh.
Fuck. Damn it. And he's from Regina too, but I'm gonna go with Wolverine.
Yeah. Soda.
Yeah, I love me some Deadpool, like absolutely, but Wolverine as a character is much better. So
There's some
Wolverine.
Canadian on Canadian violence right here.
Yep,
Yeah.
there it is.
All right.
There's your winner right there, Wolverine.
Wolverine taking
Logan.
it.
Boom.
Wow.
Nice. I love
We
it.
did it.
We survived.
Yeah.
Look at it. Oh,
We didn't go 5 hours this time. We've had that happen. Yeah. But when we're all passionate fans, we want to talk about these characters, it happens. So, but yeah, thanks guys for jumping on this episode and sticking it out. So we'll see what happens. Our championship is going to be a 128, so it'll be 2 episodes long. We're not going to do that in one night, but and yeah, we'll see how these characters stack up against other fandoms and stuff. Still got DC coming up next, so we'll see.
Oh, I want in on that. I'm calling in on that right now.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm much more of a DC guy than I am Marvel.
Yeah, we're gonna have DC, and then after we're gonna do non-Marvel and DC comic book characters too. That's a thing.
That's gonna get wild.
Yeah. So, yeah, but we'll just do some plugs, and that'll do it for us. So we'll go to JPO first. Where can we find you?
Hey, what's up? Thanks for having me, filling in here for the last couple hours. You can find me over at the Peersco. We have some fun movie shenanigans over there. We do a lot of horror stuff this month. This is horror month. We'll be back to normal stuff next month here. And yeah, thanks for having me. I always pop it up with the channel to me and Jacob host Lonely Marks on usually every week talking about wrestling on this channel as well.
Yeah, awesome. And Ryan, what do you have going on? Where can we find you?
I don't got much going on right now. I mean, people can just follow me on social media. Find me Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. If you just want me to follow and maybe have some like private conversations, then that's where you can follow me. I don't have much right now happening in the moment. Not a lot happening in the kitchen.
Right. No worries. Yeah, cool. Madeeh, where can we find you?
Basically everywhere at my handle, which is here. If you guys can see that, it's just my first name at Madeeh Ur.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I don't really have any shows. Every now and then I'll pop on a show with JPO, or I'll come on here every now and then, or I'm on the Battlegrounds or something.
Yeah.
It's sporadic. Depends on work. Life gets busy.
Right. Yeah. I hear that one. Yeah. I barely have enough time for these shows, but Matt, where can we find you?
You can find me at my personal Instagram and Twitter at soda_the_Saxman. You can find me over in the Northern Entertainment Group, just doing my usual shenanigans with my friend 50 Shades of Geek, who lives in Israel. And so, yeah, just think about how that's going for him right now.
Yeah, right.
And
they reached out to him just to make sure he's safe and doing okay.
100%. He is doing okay. He's in contact with me daily.
That's awesome.
And of course, over on the So Diggin' Wrestling channel, whenever me and my buddy Dagan are free, we just go live for like an hour and to talk wrestling.
Nice. Sounds good. Cool. And Jacob, where can we find you?
Yeah, you can find me here popping up. Austin and I do a show every other week, a podcast about movies. Will not be live this weekend because he's on vacation, but next week we'll be talking about the Chucky franchise. And then, as Malcolm said earlier, Sunday we'll be doing Rankum, talking Rob Schneider.
Nice. Yeah, I'll be tuning in.
I'll be there. Rob Schneider, baby.
Yeah, because when I met Rob Schneider, he signed my copy of Surf Ninjas, and then on the inside he signed Leslie Nielsen's name because that guy's not alive. So he just
did it. That's a great Canadian actor.
Yeah,
put some respect on his name. It's Oscar-winning Rob Schneider.
That's right. Yeah.
Whoa, hold on.
17-time Oscar winner.
What?
Did he win one for anything? I don't know. Okay.
I don't
I'm
think
gonna say. But yeah. But for this channel, if I don't drop my phone with our schedule on it, but you can find us on the social media at Movie Hero 2121 on Twitter and Instagram. We will not be doing a poll in the Showrunner Friends and Family group. Usually we do one after these shows, but we're going to wait until the overall championship and whatever makes that the final 8, when all is said and done, then we'll do one for this Geek series, and then everyone can vote on what our final like best geek characters are. But so that'll happen in a few months because we still got like about 4 more of these, then our championship. So just stay tuned to the channel for those that are coming up soon. We are going to be updating our Patreon soon. It's just just waiting until Austin gets back from being out of town, because he's been hosting a lot of streams and he has some of the episodes, and we got to get him access to our Patreon because we want to give all the people that pay for the Patreon their money's worth. So we're going to be uploading a slew of a whole bunch of stuff all at once, probably coming up soon. So just watch for that. You go to patreon.com/movie hero to find that. And then tomorrow we're going to be kind of geeking out for Podcast League Now. We'll be doing that at 4 p.m. Eastern. It's going to be a bunch of diehard Star Wars fans. We're going to just be talking about the current state of Star Wars, what we think about it, like what our thoughts are, and then also what our favorite things about Star Wars overall are, and then the things that we like, things that we don't like, and then where we think the future of Star Wars should go. So it'll just be like an open discussion. We'll just be talking for like an hour or two. And then we'll be doing some trivia on Sunday night. It'll be for the Seen and Heard movie trivia. So it'll be all movie clips, but it'll be a horror match. So it's going to be all horror clips. So that'll be at 9 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. So, and then just a couple episodes that we have coming up. I won't go too long since the episode's going long tonight, but like I won't read off too many, but a few of them. We'll be doing best horror comedies. We got that one coming up, and we got best PG and PG-13 horror movies for October, and then we also have the top 100 horror movies of all time according to Rolling Stone magazine. And then we'll also be doing a mystery tournament where we have a giant wheel with all of our regulars on the channel, and we put all of our favorite movies in there. We each did either 64 or 128 depending, and then I'm going to spin it 64 times. Me and Austin will have a little selection show to show that off, and then the first 64 movies to pop up will be in a mystery tournament on the channel. And then we also we're going to be doing that the best DC characters episode, which I got you down, Soda. We'll have you on that one for sure.
Yeah. What Ryan is to Marvel, I am to DC.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So if there's any big DC fans listening, you want to jump on there, let me know. But and then we're doing a tournament fights versus. It'll be Richie Goodacre versus JPO on their favorite comedies of all time, because they both do stand-up comedy. So we're doing that in November. So that's basically where you can find us. But yeah, thanks again, guys. Appreciate you coming on for this. This was fun. So we'll see how that championship shakes out. But yeah, I think that will do it for us tonight. So for JPO, for Ryan Payne, for Madeeh Ur Rehman, for Matt Mageau, for Jacob Barber, I've been Jordan, the movie hero Anderson, and we will see you next time.
We won. All right, hey. All right, good job, guys. Let's just not come in tomorrow. Let's just take a day. You ever tried shawarma? There's a shawarma joint about 2 blocks from here. I don't know what it is, but I want to try it.
We're not finished yet.